All right, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. All right, I think the mic is working. Everything else seems to be working. So, yeah. Hey everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever the heck you are. My name is Ruka, and thank you for the 800 subs, excuse me. This is a lesson to myself I never seem to have learned that I should not eat whatsoever 2 to 3 hours before stream starts because holy crap, the amount of the amount of gunk that seems to build up in my throat right after eating is kind of ridiculous. I don't know why it's a thing. Like in normal circumstances, it's not a problem. Oh, there we go. In normal circumstances, it's not a problem, but for some reason or another, um, it starts becoming a problem when I start speaking. So I don't know what to make about that. I don't know what to make about that. But anyway, yes, again, thank you for the 800 subs on the channel. Wasn't I mean, I think I kind of know why. I think I kind of know why, and for that, thank you, thank you very much. Um, at the same time, though, it's like, what do I do from here? Where do I go from here? I'm not entirely sure. And if it seems like I'm doing something while I'm talking, this is my meditative state right now. This is my meditative state right now, doing I guess, idle city builder, and not exactly the most exciting thing in the world for me to look at, but holy crap, it does get my it gets my mind active, which is probably weird to think about because all I'm looking at is numbers, not a whole lot of charts, actually no charts if you think about it, and just making sure all the numbers don't max out as much as possible. You know that the gacha mentality with the AP slash stamina and whatever, and making sure if it tops out, it's not being used, kind of thing. So make sure it gets used. That's kind of where I am with this. But anyway, I'm gonna let that go in the background and turn that off. But yeah, so I wasn't quite sure what to do for the next long series of games. I had a few ideas. I was thinking, should I play something active? Like, I don't know. I've always wanted to try the Horizon series, or at least the first one in the Horizon series. If only because you get to fight giant mech dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures, which is an interesting take, to say the least. I know some people have mixed feelings about the series itself, but you know what? I'm just here to beat up giant robots, basically. But after after several months of high intensity gameplay, I think I'm gonna dial it down a little bit for however long this playthrough takes. For I think by some estimates, let me double check. Let me double check. How long to beat this particular game? Apparently about 27 hours. So 40 hours, I guess, if I 100% it, but I don't know if I'm gonna be 100%ing it. Though I also see some people say they go upwards of 60 hours. So I'm not exactly sure how I want to pace this particular playthrough. I might want to go like between 4 and 6 hours per session on this one. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to expect, to be honest. I don't, and depending on depending on what do you call this? Um, Depending on how this first couple of playthroughs go, you know, I don't usually drop things on this channel, and if I do drop things temporarily, I usually come back to it. But for this one in particular, I don't know. We'll see. A lot of people, a lot of question marks, a lot of question marks regarding this particular game. So I think for the most part, though, I think it'll be interesting to try something a little bit different. Also, for me personally, I'm hoping there is voice acting because I mean I don't mind voice acting, and I definitely have ideas of what to do if that does come up. But if there isn't voice acting, my I have ideas on how to pull off the voice acting. Let's just say, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to the other screen, and we will see what the heck is going on. So just give me a moment. We're gonna be in a screen that we haven't been to for a while now. Let's see. Okay, let's start the game up. Hopefully this shows up. Forgot what setting this was on. All right. Holy crap, that's loud. Holy crap, that's loud. I'm hoping... I did adjust the volume in testing, so hopefully this is still audible, but... Right. I guess I have to use keyboard for this one. Wait. Keyboard, spacebar, settings, Xbox controller. I don't know why I would need an Xbox controller, but you know what? I'm gonna heed their warning. Let's grab the Xbox controller. No audio settings, apparently. Okay. Well, let's get started. Not sure what to expect here. Select the bookmark. I'm gonna start over here. Do you want the guide to gameplay to be displayed? Sure. I have no idea what to get myself into. Why is there already 10 minutes on the clock? This story is a work of fiction. Names, characters, and places, incidents, products, or are of the author's imagination. Right. Gotta put that disclaimer. Holy crap, that's loud. We're getting the movie experience right here. We in Tokyo, also very loud. Gotta lower that down just a little bit for now. Okay. We're basically... Oh, wow. This is like a drone shot of Tokyo, actually? When was this game released? Did drones even exist back in those days? This is so weird. It is so weird. Seibu, where are we? Is that Ikebukuro? I think the only Seibu that I can think of is in Ikebukuro, so there might be Ikebukuro. The Seibu Tower. Theme song, the world doesn't change so easy. Oi Oi City. Oh yeah. Oh, I see the Taito station also. This has gotta be Ikebukuro. Kinda sort of recognize some of these places that still seems to be around for some reason. But again, there's a giant Apple store down there, so... Live action production, Twins Japan. This is a VFX game, apparently. Which is... What the heck? Oh, it's a blimp. It's like, what the heck is coming up over here? Apparently it's a blimp.
新宿区オフィスビル立てこもり事件の速報です。今朝新宿6丁目のオフィスビルに目出し帽をかぶった40歳前後とみられる男が従業員数人を人質に取り立てこもりました。その後数時間経った今も男は
That car is old. I hope there's some audio control in here.
北島という男である可能性が高いとのことです。その男は以前からこのビル内のある企業との仕事上の取引があり、金銭上のトラブルが絶えなかったということです。今回の立てこもりはそのトラブルに端を発したもの
My dude, what's going on? It seems like you got abducted. Oh. Someone trying to get you out now? All right. Whoa! I think I just saw an explosion. What happened there? An explosion in Tokyo is definitely not. Is extremely rare. Extremely rare. Shibuya story is yours to tell. Wait, we're in Shibuya. We're not in Ikebukuro. I mean, it is 428 Shibuya, but still. Oh, that is so weird. As you play through the game, the various mechanics will be explained. And, oh, apparently we start at 10 a.m. I gotcha. In 428, you follow the stories of multiple protagonists at once. Your decisions impact their experiences as you read the story. What does the day hold in store? Their fate is in your hands. Hopefully you can see them all through the end. To start, you have two characters, Shinya Kano and Achi Endo. Let's begin by checking out Kano's story. I guess we don't have much of a choice. Hold up though. Can I... No. I want to... Okay, well, I guess we're going with Kano. I wanted to adjust the audio because it's so freaking loud. Just 2 more minutes to go. Shinya Kano noted the time again on his watch, scowling at the slow creep of the second hand. Cannot change audio. Okay. The time was 9:58 a.m. Furrows of consternation creased his forehead. He wasn't nervous, but he knew better than to expect everything to go smoothly. Keeping a level head was proving rather difficult. There was no room for failure. Lives were on the line here. He eyed his surroundings. Was the perp really going to show up? Nice shoes. When? Where would he be coming from? How would he make his approach? The Shibuya Scramble was as packed as ever. A throng of people crossing this way and that, blissfully unaware of the dozens of detectives hidden in its midst. Wow, there's a lot. Alright, another minute and a half. Kano glanced down at his watch yet again. A mere 30 seconds had passed. Detective Kano had been with the enforcement arm of Shibuya's criminal affairs section for a year now, but he'd never been part of an operation this big before. Hey, it's Hachiko. He eyed the young woman standing beside the statue up ahead. She was small enough to get lost in the crowd, and she carried a nondescript attaché case. I love the transitions. They're so dramatic. Hitomi Osawa, age 19. The attaché case in her hands contained a full 50 million yen in cash. Yesterday, her twin sister Maria had been kidnapped. Maria? This was the ransom payment. The culprit had called Hitomi last night, at home, referring to her by name and telling her to wait by the statue of Hachiko in Shibuya. It was almost time, but nothing. Kano was staring fixedly at the second hand on his watch when a homeless man sitting on the sidewalk murmured just loud enough for him to hear. Come on, Kano. Quit looking at your watch so much. What if the kidnapper sees you? And this guy's supposed to be homeless? Kano tried to look nonchalant as he lifted his eyes, but the scruffy character continued. You're too nervous. Just relax already. You're the one acting suspicious, Sasayama. Kano frowned. Why would some homeless guy be talking to me? Yuji Sasayama was the senior officer of the Shibuya Precinct's Criminal Affairs Division, 5 years older than Kano. Some words and phrases in text appear in blue. Right, I guess those are keywords. Tips. I see. Alright. Tips, general knowledge, gotcha. Marked with that and that. He always went a little overboard with the disguises. Being a homeless person is a overboard disguise, though I also see his earpiece. Not exactly something a homeless person would normally have. He claimed it was all part of the job, but word around the station was that he just liked playing dress up. Hey pal, spare some change? Sasayama lurched to his feet and shuffled close to Kano. Hey, knock that off. Fittingly for the part, Sasayama reeked pretty badly. Well, ain't so suspicious now, huh? He clung to Kano with mocking camaraderie, despite the younger man's attempts to pull away. Come on, Sasayama, cut it out. Sasayama's blithe confidence rattled Kano's nerves. Of course, there was good reason for that confidence. They're a little too close to each other to not know each other. This was Kano and Sasayama's jurisdiction, but they were positioned a good distance from where the handoff was to take place. The statue of Hachiko was surrounded by elite investigators from one of HQ's special investigation teams. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay? Alright, we're going. Kano and his partner were just there to provide backup if the kidnapper attempted to flee. Look, just try to relax. We'll be fine. Sasayama gave him a wink. A moment later, the radio squawked in Kano's ear. Alright, everyone. It's time. Keep your eyes open. The voice coming in through the earpiece was Koji Kuze, HQ's operations director. Until last year, he'd been the Shibuya Precinct's head detective and Kano's supervisor. We don't know when the perp is going to make contact. Don't let your guard down. Kuze's low, gravelly voice echoed in Kano's ear. You don't sound worried, Kuze. Kano winced at Sasayama's words. How could the man be so nonchalant? That point in time had come and gone. Something should be happening. Whap! Kano smacked himself in the thigh to release a little tension. The sound was louder than he intended. Though the suit hid his muscular physique, it did little to dampen the noise. He needed to stay focused. He might be called to action at any moment. The department handled abduction cases according to a certain standard investigation procedure. Was it an attempt to extort money, or was the motive something personal? The answer to that question determined how they deal with a criminal. And based on the investigation team's initial findings this time around, they probably weren't dealing with a professional kidnapper. Still, in all likelihood, it was someone with quite a long rap sheet. Probably someone who knew the family. But so far, they had few leads on who might bear such a grudge. With the situation so unclear, the plan was to apprehend whomever came to make the handoff on site. If the culprit ran with the motive of money, there would be no guarantee of the hostage's well-being. Still nothing. Sasayama muttered. Oh, Sasayama was over there. There he is! He's there! Here. He's here. Kuze broke in, his voice spiking into an excited chirp. Why is excited chirp in... Excited chirp, Kuze's particular vocal quirk whenever he gets overly flustered, excited, or panicked. What is this? And why is there a banana on the thumbnail? Because this is Shibuya 428, and apparently it's a detective drama, and it is extremely dramatic. So far, quick summary of what's happening so far. At the very beginning of the game, someone seemed to be kidnapped and thrown into a car, and the car exploded. I don't know when that was. But now we cut to this guy, who's an detective, and they're watching a handoff, and they're trying to catch who the perpetrator is for this particular kidnapping. So that's where we're at right now. Did not get very far. It's not voice acted, so I'm gonna have to do my best with this. Alright. Subject is a young male in his 20s, wearing a bandana and an orange hoodie. Kuze, normally calm and stoic, was now squawking like an excited child. That only happened when he got particularly worked up. Kano and Sasayama steeled themselves. I don't know, man. This guy looks like just from a restaurant handing out flyers and stuff. They could see the subject now. A 20-something male nonchalantly approached Hitomi to talk to her. Alright, people. Be ready to grab this guy. Kuze was stationed in the mobile command center, not far from the intersection. Just call it a van. Keeping tabs on the situation via video surveillance from the camera team. The young man started speaking enthusiastically to Hitomi. Yeah, probably about his shop. The detectives watched, uncertain. Was this really the kidnapper? It's gotta be him! Kano! Wait, we get to make choices now. You'll encounter selections like these during the story. These choices will change the lives of other people in addition to changing your own fate. Gotcha. All I'm hearing is a Japanese TV show game. Yes, that's basically what this is. This is. It's an FMV game, apparently. But I've been interested in this one for the longest time, just because I'm curious how this thing plays, and I want to see where it goes. The current choice will not impact you or the other protagonist for now. Okay. Was this really the kidnapper? No, this was the kidnapper. That's gotta be him. Kano took a step forward, then hesitated. Situation still wasn't entirely clear. He needed to get a better look at things. That's not him. That's not him. We need to look at this. The situation still wasn't entirely clear. He needed to get a better look at things. The newcomer held a bundle of letter-sized paper, which he showed to Hitomi as he went on talking. He tried to hand her one of the papers, but she pointedly ignored him. Undeterred, the man kept trying to foist it off on her. It's just a flyer. Just take the flyer. You don't have to go to the place. Hitomi refused to respond, becoming as motionless as the statue of Hachiko behind her. Until finally, the man gave up and walked away. Yeah, that's not your guy. Absolutely not your guy. Guess it wasn't him. Oh, wrong person. Kano felt the tension of the moment linger in his spine. Guy must have been hitting on her. Sasayama muttered. I mean, she is pretty cute and all. He had a point. Though, of course, something in Sasayama's voice made Kano brace himself. She's got nothing on my Mii-chan. Who is Mii-chan? Is that your daughter, dude, or is that your girlfriend? I can't even tell. You look like a hobo right now. Mii-chan was Sasayama's wife. Okay, that's a little bit different. They got married just last month. Wow. Look at this guy bragging. Let me tell you, Kano, married life is the best. You gotta hurry up and give it a try for yourself. This was Sasayama's favorite topic lately, and Kano was getting more and more fed up with it. Sasayama, come on. Just knock it off already, okay? The phrase had become a common refrain of his since the department partnered them. Fine, fine. Let's talk about your girlfriend then. Huh? Now? You can't be serious. Sasayama leaned in close again. What's she like? We are not having this conversation right now. Kano muttered, looking away. Ah, come on! Sasayama set his hand on Kano's chest, still playing the homeless troublemaker. Show me your phone. Let me see your lock screen. Huh? Sasayama pawed for the phone. You got a pic of your girl on your lock screen, yeah? I do not? But he did. It was scary how on the mark Sasayama's instincts were. Hey, cut it out. We're in the middle of an investigation. I am investigating. Sasayama chuckled as he plucked the phone from Kano's pocket, investigating the phone, but not the scene. That face is hilarious. Nanda kono game FMV game desu. FMV. His face scrunched up with an astonishment as he looked at the lock screen. The heck is this? It's not. And this Masami Nagahama? It's not your girlfriend! What the heck? Kano realized he had to bite the bullet. No, that's my girlfriend! Let me guess, he doesn't have a girlfriend. It's basically his waifu. His idol waifu. Her name's Rumi, and she's... Sasayama cut him off. You're telling me this ain't Masami Nagahama, the famous actress. Because this right here is Masami Nagahama. Like I said, you sly old dog. Trying to make like you're dating Masami Nagahama. I'm not. I mean, I guess Rumi does kind of look like her. Sasayama let out a huff. For real? You really think I'm gonna fall for that? There's nothing to fall for, I swear. Sasayama scowled, unconvinced. Alright then why don't you marry her? Kano stammered, but he had no answer. The truth was, he would have happily married her already. But there were obstacles that needed to be overcome. Okay, playtime's over. Let's focus on the job. Oh, says the guy who's playing the homeless guy. Sasayama handed back Kano's phone and turned his gaze back to Hitomi. Kano let out a quick, uneasy sigh. But his shoulders did feel looser. Maybe Sasayama had been trying to relieve a bit of the tension. Maybe he should be grateful. Quit assuming things. By now, several minutes had passed since the guy with papers had gone away. And she's still there with the case of money. He peered at Hitomi. The strain on her face was visible. In addition to the weight of the attaché case, the 5,000 10,000 yen bills it held weighed close to 6 kilos. Her slender arms must have been getting tired. Still, she refused to set the case down. She wasn't taking any chances with her sister's life. The kidnapping case had begun the day before at around 7 p.m. That is an old ass radio. Holy crap. This is the MPD dispatch. The Shibuya precinct is reporting a missing person, believed to be an abduction. Subject is Maria Osawa, a 19-year-old student at Midoriyama Academy, last seen at the LL Diner near campus. A man was allegedly seen forcing her into a nearby car. All officers in the vicinity report to the scene at once. Kano and Sasayama had been working a burglary case in Jingumai's 5th district when they got the call. LL Diner, very fancy. The two arrived at the LL Diner at 7:15 p.m. At roughly the same time, several other officers showed up to secure the area, blocking off entry to nearby roadways and monitoring the surrounding establishments. Oh, this is what this guy looks like normally. Quite sharply dressed, definitely more stern than the hobo he's playing as right now, and the other guy doesn't usually wear glasses, not that it does much. Inside the restaurant, Kano and Sasayama were met by the girl who'd reported the kidnapping. It was the victim's twin sister, Hitomi. Could you tell us about when Maria was taken, starting from the very beginning? Kano said, keeping his voice low. My sister and I, we were supposed to go to a party together today. Hitomi was trembling, her voice hoarse. But I messed up the time. I showed up right at 7, an hour later than I was supposed to. Isn't that a really bad thing for Japanese? I don't know. So Maria had gone alone to the party, a mixer for locals and exchange students. Hitomi, arriving late, had showed up just in time to glance out through the restaurant window and see her sister getting shoved into a car. She described the vehicle as a blue station wagon of Japanese make. Why would something like this happen to her? Hitomi held back her tears, but she was shaking all over. Did you get a look at the kidnapper? Yes, it was a man, middle-aged. And we got a gaijin! What is the gaijin doing here? Who is this guy? Was it eyewitness? There was another eyewitness, Lilian Palmer. He identified himself as a lecturer at Hitomi and Maria's school. I saw too. It's like Hitomi says. I heard Hitomi cry out, so I went to the window to look. And his Japanese was halting, as if he hadn't been in the country very long. Eigo jozu. Nihongo jozu. And I think that maybe the kidnapper was working alone. Leland explained that he'd seen the man shove Maria into the back seat, then clamber into the driver's seat. If he had an accomplice, wouldn't they have been driving? Neither Hitomi nor Leland had gotten a look at the suspect's face. Kano was interviewing others who had been on the scene, looking for other potential witnesses, when his phone rang. It was Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the senior detectives. We've set up a task force for the investigation. Get back to the station once you have a handle on the situation there. Barely half an hour had passed between the time the kidnapping was reported and the time the task force began operation. When Kano and Sasayama got back to the precinct station, Kuze had already arrived from HQ. He informed them that a response team had been formed to investigate the victim's home. Kano could feel a peculiar tension in the air. Unfamiliar MPD detectives scurried to and fro around the Shibuya offices. He pulled one of them aside to get a quick update. An hour now had passed since the kidnapping. There had been one new development. The perpetrator had made a threatening call to the victim's home. He said the following. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. by Hachiko in Shibuya. Have the sister Hitomi bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. There's the banana. Someone asked about a banana? There's the banana. Kajiwara, one from the precinct, was put on the response team along with the detectives from where elsewhere who'd received their special training in abduction cases. Normally, a local precinct detective wouldn't have gone undercover in a victim's home. Kuze, however, had decided that having a knowledgeable local was crucial, and had sent Kajiwara along. That's a pretty big house for Japan. Gotta be pretty rich, especially if they're asking for 50 million yen. The detectives disguised themselves as delivery people and movers to make their way inside without arousing suspicion. Arriving there at 8:30. The response team had come prepared to run a trace if the kidnapper contacted the family a second time. But there were no further calls. Now back to the present time. Kano checked his watch again. 20 minutes now had passed since the time designated for the ransom handoff. The kidnapper had yet to appear. Crap, you think we might have spooked him? He wondered aloud. Hey, still stay calm. Sasayama scanned the passing throng. He's just playing with us. Why this guy even pick this place? Kano voiced the question he'd been asking himself ever since he'd heard the kidnapper's demands. Sasayama shrugged. Figured he must want to blend in with the crowd, nab the money and disappear before anyone knows he's there, would be my guess. In that case, why not just pick Shinjuku or Ginza? The big crowd didn't just benefit the kidnapper after all. It will also allow the police to use the sea of people to conceal their own operation. Right now, there were 50 detectives stationed within a 50-meter radius of where Hitomi stood. 50. Here. There's also a lot less crowded than Shibuya is these days. When was this? Early 2000s? Wow, I haven't seen Shibuya this empty in a very long time. The kidnapper would be taking a major risk if his plan was to nab the ransom money and run. That's what bothered Kano. Any criminal with half a brain would know better than to do a handoff in front of Hachiko. You're overthinking things, pal. Sasayama grumbled. No, I'm not. Kano reached into his pocket and pulled out his notepad. It's very beat up. This was Kano's Dick Diary. Dick Diary. Okay. Which he always kept close at hand. Sasayama rolled his eyes. That thing again? Kano ignored him, flipping through the notepad pages. In gigantic kanji letters. Really? You don't even use a regular pen? Aha! Here it is. Dick Dictum, 89. The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. It was a favorite saying of Kyuzo Tateno, an assistant inspector from the Shibuya precinct. Tateno was the kind of detective Kano aspired to be. For the current operation, he'd been placed in charge of Hitomi's personal safety. He was in position to defend her as soon as the ransom had been handed off. Of course, Hitomi had been informed of how much protection she was under. There was a risk that if she acted too secure, it might alert the kidnapper. I think Tateno has the right idea. Sasayama snorted quietly. Maybe. I mean, he's a great detective. Don't get me wrong. But do you know how many irrelevant things there are to consider? Again, Kano ignored him. It didn't matter if anyone else understood. Kano had faith in Tateno as both a detective and as an individual. He had first witnessed Tateno's brilliance during a standoff at a financial company 3 years earlier. A man had shut himself in an office, splashing gasoline everywhere and threatening to set the place ablaze. While the others hesitated, Tateno unflinchingly doused himself with gasoline and strode into the building, where he managed to talk the man down and secure the scene. Oh wow, he looks so fresh back then! The others had been awestruck by Tateno's actions, and Kano, who at the time had been content to be a run-of-the-mill policeman, had found it quite impressive and inspiring. still, you know. There's another banana. How many bananas are going to be making it in today's stream? Where's the banana? I need a banana counter. There's like 2 so far. Sasayama muttered under his breath. As great a detective as Ateno is, it's not like anyone else in the world has ever heard of him. I suppose not, Kano said. So? Why is her focus on the banana? And the wedding ring? The heck? Only time anyone ever hears a cop's name is if he's caught up in some scandal or killed in the line of duty. I mean, doesn't really seem fair, does it? Kano just shrugged. It was a strange definition of unfair, really. I mean, you've got celebrity chefs and celebrity hairdressers and stuff. So how come no celebrity gumshoes, you know? Look, please. Can you just focus on what we're doing here? Kano rubbed his eyes and turned his attention back to Hitomi. What's the matter? Didn't sleep? Not enough, I guess. Did you eat? Didn't have time. Between bringing his supplies for the base of operations, raiding the team's vehicles, photocopying hundreds of documents, and various other tasks, Kano had barely slept the previous night and hadn't gotten a meal in either. What you been doing? Sasayama puffed out his chest. Saving up my energy for today. So you were sleeping. Kano gave a wry chuckle at his partner's lack of shame. Oh? There he is! Kuze's voice chirped suddenly through Kano's earpiece. A man in his 20s wearing a sleeveless red jacket. He's carrying a garbage bag. Wow, look at this guy. It looks so fancy. I don't think that's our guy though. He looks like a backpacker with a garbage bag. A young man had emerged from the crowd about 15 feet from where Hitomi was standing. He strode towards her, a sinister look on his face. He didn't match Hitomi's description, but kind of felt a jolt of nerves all the same. Maybe the kidnapper had hired some young street punk to snatch a ransom payment. That our guy? What do you think, Kano? Sasayama whispered. Yeah, I think he's gotta be. This was it. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. He bent his knees, ready to act fast. Blood rushed to his leg muscles, banishing the stiffness that had begun to take hold. Could this be the culprit? Or perhaps... he's probably just asking for directions. He's probably a homeless guy looking for stuff to get. I don't know. The young man tried to snatch a briefcase from Hitomi, but she clung to it with desperate strength. Oh, actually tried to take it? It was him! The detectives rushed in. Wow, they quick. Whoa, hey, what the hell? The young man cried out frantically and tried to dart away, but the officers closed in, forcing him bodily to the ground. Forcing him bodily to the ground is not a phrase I usually hear. Okay, then. Target secured. Oh, geez, I think we got another suspect on the scene. Eek! He's taking a ransom! There's 2 of them? Kuze's hysterics made Kano spin around. Sure enough, a foreign-looking man was sprinting away, attaché case in hand. There were 2 of them. The mob of detectives scrambled to pursue. Before Kano could react, most of them had run off, leaving him to look after the original suspect. And so Kano's with this guy. What should I do with this guy, sir? Might have some connection with the kidnapper. Should I bring him in?
Huh? Oh, sure. That'd be swell.
I'm on it. With the help of one of the remaining detectives, Kano brought the suspect back to the Shibuya precinct. Wait, isn't this one of our MCs from the character selection? What's he doing here? Look, how many times do we have to go through this? Cut the crap. In the interrogation room, the young man who gave his name as Achi Endo steadfastly insisted on his innocence. Why'd you try to steal that case? Kano watched Achi's face intently. Like I said, it looked heavy, so I was just trying to help her out. It wasn't inconceivable that a young guy would want to help out a pretty girl. That's also a very weird reason to just try to grab the case from her. I don't know what to make of it. But Hitomi had just been standing there, hardly in desperate need of assistance. She hadn't set the case down, so I figured there had to be something important inside. An entry from Kano's Dick Diary shot through his mind. Dick Dictum number 25. When the tongue slips, grab it and yank out the truth. Classic advice for questioning. Something important, you say, such as... How the heck would I know? Achi spat. He huffed and slumped back in his chair. His standard textbook back and forth had been going on for nearly an hour. Kano didn't mind. Chasing down criminals was all well and good, but questioning suspects was another key part of the job. Plenty off-the-scene work went into cracking a case. Once again, he had Achi explain what he'd been doing, starting from the very beginning. When Kano finally emerged from the interrogation room for a short break, he learned that there had been some progress on the case at the crime scene. What the police hadn't been able to determine yet, however, was whether or not Maria was safe. Fighting back his anxiety, Kano consulted his Dick Diary again. Dick Dictum number 54. Haste makes waste. Well, at least this one is, pretty standard. He felt his tension subside. Remembering the right maxim always helped. It was like casting a magic spell. Kano returned to confront Achi one more time. You were there to act as a distraction, to mess up the investigation, weren't you? Huh? Achi looked a bit dumbfounded. What are you on about? Dick Dictum number 55. The truth hungers to be free. You hungry? Got some katsudon if you like. I don't think that's what that means! I don't think that's what that one means! Achi nodded silently. But hey, free katsudon, so who cares? Achi devoured the bowl of katsudon with gusto. He looked like he hadn't eaten in a while. He did look like a homeless guy. Alright then, spill it. What's this guy after? Achi just shrugged. I don't know, he murmured, a thick slice of egg laden in pork between his teeth. How many accomplices do you have? Kano asked. But Achi just shook his head as he inhaled his food. Resignedly, Kano flipped through his notebook once more. Let's see. Number 115. Use the lights to your advantage. We're gonna shine the light on him? As the minutes ticked past, he found himself referring to his book again and again, trying a dozen different methods to tease out whatever his suspect might be hiding. The experience began to feel strangely surreal, their two voices echoing hollowly in the interrogation room. Eventually, Kano looked at the clock and realized that the questioning had been going on for nearly 5 hours. He still hadn't made any headway. What was he supposed to do next? Tatuna would know, but he sure didn't. Still, he was determined to do whatever he could to keep the victim and her family safe. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he perused the Dick Diary like it was a scripture. Like it was scripture. Number 116. The monotonous questioning was clearly trying Achi out. His eyelids drooped like they were beginning to get heavy. I would have just taken a nap myself. Number 117. Get them when they're tired. Kano's eyes gleamed. You're part of some criminal gang, huh? He just slept. Achi's head slumped forward heavily. Nodding off was basically the same as nodding yes, right? No, it's not. It's not. I don't know what's up with the Japanese police, but no, it's not. Mr. Kuze, I did it! The young guy we grabbed at the handoff site. He finally confessed to the crime. No, he didn't. My dude, he did not. Yeah. What? What are you talking about? Kuze laughed in disbelief. We're just about to apprehend the mastermind here. Huh? Kano calls his cell phone dumbstruck. Listen, why don't you, look, just wait there at HQ, okay? No, it can't be. I think he's slowly losing it. I think he's just grasping at straws and like doesn't realize that the guy he has is just like a random guy. I know Japan's police likes to get confessions out of random people just to have a confession. But holy crap, this is different. This is not what I expected here. It can't be. I. What's going on? Why do we fade to white? Is that a resignation letter? After the kidnapping case wrapped up, Kano tendered his resignation. Are you serious? As a resignation letter? Guess I'm not cut out to be a detective after all, he thought to himself. He dropped the Dick diary on his desk as he left the Shibuya precinct for the last time. Bad end? Bad end? Actually bad end? Kano wound up at a bad end. However, this does not mean that the choice you made for Kano was the wrong one. One of the other protagonists, Achi Endo, has an impact on Kano's fate here. You can avoid a bad end by making proper decisions in another character's story. For a detailed hint, check the tips. Got you. Alright. Okay, so I guess we can check the tips to see what other things we can do. But literally, they said the one choice that we could make in his route had no effect on the ending. So it was going to end up as a bad end regardless. Okay, now we're going to check the other guy, Achi Endo, and see what he was on about. Achi. Okay, what do we have, a backlist scene? He's a homeless guy. No, he's not a homeless guy. He's got an apartment? What was the plastic bag for then? And what's with the shirtless scene? Oh, my eyes. Achi Endo called out of the door to his father's room. Okay, I'm heading out. Sure. His father sounded unconcerned. He didn't even open the door. Sure you don't want me to stay here in the shop? It really does look like a playable Japanese TV show. I think technically this is based off an actual Japanese TV show. I forget what the title is, but I think it is based off of one, or at least related to one. It's not like we're gonna get any customers, Achi grimaced. Yeah, I guess not. Oh, what is this? Plastic bag? Why? The drawer by the front of the door held a stack of heavy-duty trash bags. Achi pulled a few of them out. Guess it's gonna be that kind of day. Collecting cans for money? He stuffed the trash bag into his pocket, then slipped on his favorite pair of sneakers. Nice pants. The entryway to Achi's home also led into the family shop. Various pieces of electronics were piled up like so much junk in the tiny retail space. Oh, it's an electronics store? I think I see some lights for sale. The slightest bump brought the risk of an avalanche. Achi wove his way through the gaps in the appliance like a spelunker exploring a cave. Oh yeah, it's actually a regular electronics store. Gotcha. 210 yen for some flat batteries. From Shibuya Station, if you make your way past the 109 building, then up through Dogenzaka, you'll come across an old shopping district. Nestled in its outskirts is Endo Electronics, in the same place it's been for decades. Within its dimly lit interior, you'll find rows of wares all caked in dust. At a glance, you might well assume the place was closed. A mom and pop place like Endo's couldn't compete with the big consumer chains booming throughout Shibuya. So far, the store had remained in business, thanks to the locals who appreciated that they made house calls to do repairs. But things weren't looking good for the future. Achi, the eldest son and nominal successor to the business, had no interest whatsoever in working there. Achi stepped out of the shop and into the sunny morning air. The good weather lifted his spirits. Why did I say local? Alrighty, time to do this. He unfurled one of the big garbage bags which caught the wind and fluttered like a cape. He then slowly made his way towards Shibuya Station, scanning his surroundings all the while. Sheesh, this place is filthy. Really? Is it really? Japan's like one of the cleanest places I've ever been to, except maybe some alleyways, but still, filthy. Oh, I guess it might be hidden in the gardens and stuff. He paused to pick up a plastic bottle that had been tossed on the ground. Then with a heavy sigh, he slipped the crushed receptacle into his trash bag. So he's basically just picking up garbage to clean up the place? Okay. Nice of him. He'd been picking up trash around town like this for about 6 months now. It had gotten so that the sort of garbage most people would hardly notice stood out to him like a sore thumb. Most days, he'd fill his trash bag to the top by the time he made it from his house in Dogenzaka to the train station. Today, he was halfway to the train station when a woman's anxious voice caught his attention. "I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry here." Oh my gosh, the Nanpa. I don't think I've seen these guys in real life at all. Wait, no. I've seen a couple of Nanpa people in Harajuku back in 2015, but not in any of my previous trips. I'm probably in the wrong spot, but still. He looked up and he saw a timid-looking woman being confronted by 2 men, one with brown hair, one with black. From the look of them, he guessed that the men were scouts for some hostess club. He ran into this sort of thing pretty frequently on his trash-cleaning walks around town. Another kind of trash to take care of. Oh, wow. Achi quickly interposed himself between the girl and the 2 recruiters. "Hey, can't you see that you're bothering her?" "Huh? Who the hell are you?" The 2 men glared. "Take a hike, pal." Achi stood his ground. "Look, she ain't interested. You're just gonna have to find some other mark." The hustler's annoyance turned to open rage. Well, listen to you. Got a bit of a mouth, huh, buddy?" The brown-haired thug smacked his lips around his chewing gum like a dog worrying a bone. "How about we take this someplace more quiet, yeah?" The girl stood by uneasily watching the goings-on. "Hey, take it easy. I'm not looking for trouble." Is that supposed to be an apology? "On your knees and beg, pal." The man spat his gum onto the ground. "Hey, that's littering. You do not do that." Achi looked down at the glistening wad of gum on the sidewalk. His last shred of goodwill vanished. That's all it took. A little gum being spat on the sidewalk. "You better pick that up. Right now." "What? Didn't you hear me? 'Cause I told you to get down your knees and..." Achi's hand shot out, grabbing the man by the jaw. Whoa, easy, pal." The other man's bravado drained from his face. Ooh, there's a crunch. Achi tightened his grip on the brown-haired hustler's jaw. Sweat dripped from the man's reddening brow. Yeah. The man struggled, but Achi just tightened his grip. Gum's a real pain in the ass to clean up after it's gotten stuck to the street, you know. Ever stop to consider that? Wait, are you? The other hustler's panicked eyes had fixed on Aichi's chest. Yeah. Oh crap. Wait, they actually know this guy? He has a reputation? I guess if you've been doing it for 6 months, he must have. "That shirt, man!" The guy's voice was starting to break. That's Mean Clean! The guy with a Mean Clean shirt. Carrying around a trash bag? That means you're... His face went pale. Good? Mean Gleam? The other man echoed the words through his held shut jaw, tears welling up in his eyes. Get it right, pal. Achi clenched the man's jaw harder still. It's Mean Clean. Ow, 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 ow. We're sorry, man. You're Achi, right? Dude, we honestly had no idea. Come on, man, you gotta cut us some slack. The man scrambled to snatch the wad of gum off the street, stuffing it into his pants pocket. Finally, Achi let go of his companion. The brown-haired hustler's face was twisted up with fear. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Gasping out hasty apologies, the two thugs scampered off. He takes cleaning very seriously. I mean, you would probably be scared of this guy too, I don't know. Hey, so... A shy smile came to the girl's face. Thank you for saving me. No, I apologize. Huh? The girl stared in surprise. You'll run into creeps like that now and then, but don't hold it against us. Shibuya's a good town. Yeah, okay. Achi gave her a quick wave, then turned and continued on his way down Doginzaka. Achi was Shibuya born and raised. He was keenly aware of all the changes the ward had seen since he was a kid. Grocery stalls in inconspicuous little side streets, tiny parks nestled between buildings. Achi knew it all like the back of his hand. Trash, human or otherwise, had no place in this town. Not on his watch. Okay, so that's what he does. He cleans up trash. Achi made his way down toward Shibuya Station. Throngs of people shuffled to and fro across the scramble. The view shifted constantly from one moment to the next, almost as if the city itself were alive. And if the city was a living thing, then Shibuya Station was its heart. With streets like Bunkamuradori and Center Guys serving as the arteries pumping a bloodstream made of people. Today as ever, the heart was pumping that blood to every nook and cranny of Shibuya. And there was Achi, just another part of this great urban organism. Guess I'm one of the city's white blood cells. Or wait, maybe I'm a red blood cell? Nah, dude, you're cleaning up trash. You're closer to a white blood cell. Hold on. Is that right? Or do I have it right the first time? White blood cells eliminate pathogens from the bloodstream. We're actually getting an explanation. Red blood cells carry oxygen throughout the body. Achi was probably thinking of the white blood cells. Wow. Actually, a quick explanation. Emerging from his reverie, he noticed a rather conspicuous young woman standing by the statue of Hachiko outside Shibuya Station. Oh, there's the girl again. Oh, she's totally my type. Wait, hold up. Your type? To be up someone's alley. To be up someone's cup of tea. Really? This is the tip for that? Oh, come on. We did not need a tip for that. Wonder if she's a model or a small-time actress or something. I mean, she is cute. Looks like she's waiting for someone. Probably another guy. Dang. Good looking as she was, there was no way she wasn't already taken. What kind of guy scored a girl like that? Probably the rich-ass CEO of an IT company or something. Crouching down to tie off the trash bag, he continued gazing wistfully at the girl. He then noticed something peculiar. She was carrying an attaché case, the kind a businessman might use. It was a large case, and apparently so heavy that she was struggling to hold it despite both hands. Now, what kind of person makes a young lady lug around something heavy like that? Achi figured he'd offer to carry it for her. But first, I gotta dump this trash. He looked around to see if there was a garbage bin nearby. You reach a decision point. Let's have Achi not approach Hitomi, because that did not work out well last time, apparently. Okay. So, let's dump the trash first. But first, I gotta dump this trash. He looked around to see if there was a garbage bin nearby. Now, Achi won't approach Hitomi, which means he will avoid being arrested by Kano. At the same time, Kano's fate will also change, and he will no longer wind up at a bad end. So let's switch back to Kano's story using the time chart. Oh, okay, so it's that kind of game. I think the only other type of game that I remember playing similar to this was Bad End Theater, where depending on what other characters do before someone else, it changed the outcome of the story. I think this is the first time I've run into it in an actual VN though. So this is interesting to me. Press Y to open it. Where's the Y button? Oh, that's the Y button. This is the time chart. It shows the protagonist's progression through the story. Decision points are marked with the marker. Reverse collapse Japanese TV show edition. Yeah, we do. Kano's fate has changed based on Achi's actions. Select Kano's 1030 block and then press A. Okay. So we gotta switch over here and see what changed. Alright. So now Achi's not gonna get tackled to the ground. So what's next then? There was another guy that came up after him. So maybe he's gonna show up. Maybe he's not gonna show up. We don't know yet. We'll find out though. I suppose you could call it that. Kano gave a wry chuckle at his partner's lack of shame.
There he is.
Kuzen's voice chirped suddenly through Kano's earpiece. Oh! We have an obviously evil-looking guy in the back. Obviously looking evil gaijin? It's a gaijin? The man in the black coat. He's not Japanese. Looks to be in his early 30s. How can you tell? He could be also in his late 20s. Have you considered that? Previously, Achi got mixed up with Kano and the police, but now, another man has appeared instead, by changing what Achi did. You've also changed Kano's story. A foreign man had emerged from the crowd, about 15 feet from where Hitomi was standing. He made his way towards her, his expression blank. Wow. He didn't match the description Hitomi had given them, but Kano felt a jolt of nerves all the same. Maybe the kidnapper was using an accomplice to snatch a ransom payment. Alright. Sasayama raised an eyebrow. This may be our guy. This was it. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. He bent his knees ready for action. Blood rushed into his leg muscles, banishing the stiffness that had begun to take hold. Oh. Okay, that's kind of threatening. Was this the culprit? Or perhaps... The stranger took hold of the attaché case. It was him! En masse, the detectives began to close in. Let's go, Kano. On it! Sasayama and Kano leapt into action. But they never expected what happened next. With the case clutched in both arms, the man veered suddenly, running right towards them. Wait. It's the same dialogue in a different situation. Oh, what's this keep out thing? Wait, what are we doing next? Kano's story suddenly hit a keep out. Refers to a point in the story where your progress is currently stopped. Excuse me? They did this a couple of times in Somnium Files. What's going on now? In order to advance beyond keep out, you need to jump from another protagonist's story. At 10:30, Achi has the text, young man in a suit set as red keywords. Checking these red keywords will allow you to jump from Achi's story back to Kano. There was? Now head back to Achi's story and keep an eye out for the key phrase. Wait, there was red text? I did not see anything. Okay. Alright, well. Approach the girl, do not approach the girl. Girl by the Hachiko. I guess 10:30? Yeah, 10:30. Totally my type. Wonder if he's a model. Okay. We skip this part. Waiting for someone. Probably a guy. Okay. Good looking. Got you. There's some, maybe I should have gone to the 1030 mark or something. Attaché case. Alright. Struggling both hands. Let's dump it off. Go back and reread the sections you've read already. Scroll through the text you've already read. Rewind and advance. The icon will sometimes appear in the upper left corner. Pressing A while this is being displayed to reread. Okay. Okay, so we can go through the text. My type. City. I don't see any red text though, so we are gonna continue. Dump the trash. Garbage bin. Huh? A man had come up beside the girl. He was dressed in black, and he wasn't Japanese. It looked like they were having a conversation. The girl nodded tensely at something the man had said. You also, my dude, I'm just gonna say this right now, you also don't look Japanese. I don't know any Japanese person that looks like you. Just saying. Achi stared. Something tells me that's not her boyfriend. The girl handed the attaché case over to the man. He took hold of it with his right hand and began walking briskly away. Whoa! A nearby homeless man suddenly leapt over Achi and broke into a run, as if he'd been waiting for this very moment. Sprinting alongside him was a young man in a suit. It's in red. Some words appear in red. Red text denotes important keywords that let you jump between different protagonists. Stories. This allows you to shift between characters at specific points. These can also allow you to clear a keep out in another character's story and let you read on. If you come across red text, press X to underline it, then press A. A window will appear allowing you to jump from one protagonist to another at that point. Okay. The other character's story after the keep out, give it a try. Okay, so I guess we're gonna jump now. Okay, let's jump. Switching over to Kano at the same time. By performing a jump from the screen, you can advance another protagonist's story past a keep out. Pressing A to confirm and jump over to Kano's story. Okay. This is a very interesting way to do a visual novel. Let's go, Kano! On it! Tasayama and Kano leapt into action. You did it! Jump successful! In 4 to 8, you will often need to jump to get past another character's keep out. Jump from red keyword to clear a keep out. Keep this in mind as you advance through the story. Okay, there won't be any more tutorial messages for a while. If you get stuck somewhere, try changing protagonists or marking different decisions to advance. You can now use a time chart in the main menu. From the main menu, you can access gameplay explanations and adjust settings. Press Y. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold up. I need to... Oh, we have a bad ending list. Oh, we have a bad ending list. This is interesting. I'm guessing Achi also has a bad ending list, but we haven't seen it yet. I need to change... I cannot change the audio. So this is forever gonna be extremely loud. Alright then. I guess we're just gonna keep continuing. Get some water. But they never expected what happened next. With the case clutched in both arms, the man suddenly veered, running towards them. What? Catching sight of the two detectives, the suspect staggered to a halt, then bolted off in a new direction. Banana and glasses thrown away. Kano whipped off his costume, glasses, and followed in hot pursuit. Okay, banana count number 3. At the crosswalk, the signal changed to red and the flow of foot traffic abruptly halted. Just as quickly, hundreds of cars all lurched back into motion. Wow, that was fast. Also, we got a random gaijin in the background. I gotta wonder what the people around here were thinking when this happened. It's like, are they filming a movie? Are they filming a movie? Close! Close. They're making a game. There was no escape for the culprit now. Or so it appeared. The converging cops slowed their pace, confident their man was cornered. Stop sign? Then the foreigner barreled straight into the intersection, dodging between the oncoming cars without any hesitation. The mob of detectives came to a halt, not eager to rush to their deaths along with him. I don't know about rushing to their deaths. The cars in Japan don't go very fast. Especially in the city, like 30, 40 kilometers per hour, that's not very fast. Kano, however, remained in hot pursuit, charging into traffic at the crossing. Kano, are you crazy? Come back here! Kano heard Sasayama shout, but his feet kept carrying him onward. Oh! Someone got hit? With shouts and sirens echoing all around him, Kano closed in on the foreigner. Just a little closer. Just a little closer, and he'd be in tackling range. He leaned forward, preparing to pounce, his eyes fixed on the culprit's feet. It was now or never.
Kano, back off. Don't take him down.
It was Kuze, shouting through Kano's earpiece. Why? Huh? Kano hesitated in surprise. Had he really just been ordered not to apprehend the criminal?
Let him go for now. The real perp is somewhere else.
What had happened? What had happened to the plan? He'd been told all the personnel were going to secure the area ASAP. Didn't HQ want them to catch the perpetrator?
Arrest team, stay on the foreigner's tail. Forensics team, get busy cross-referencing photos.
Even if this foreigner was only an underling hired for this one task, the police had now tipped their hand that they'd been lying in wait. If they didn't lock things down now and get more info on the kidnapper, a girl's life might be at stake. Kano recalled another maxim from the Dick Diary. Again, dictum number 12. Always assume a worst case scenario. I guess in general. If Kuze told him to let this guy go, that implied he was counting on the team that was now in position. But if the crook had planned a way to break through the police dragnet and escape with a ransom, and he succeeded, what was the right call here? Should he take this guy down or back off after all? Letting the perp escape now is too big of a risk. He had to catch this guy ASAP. Let the other officers chase after the guy. Kano had his own job to do. Boss said to hang back. I have a feeling that's gonna lead to a dead end. But for now, let's just follow orders and see where it goes. Let the other guys chase him. Kuze's instructions had been clear. Let the other officers chase after the guy. Kano had his own job to do. He broke off his pursuit, pointing the next wave of detectives in the direction the foreigner had fled. Kano had almost gotten close enough to get a good look at the guy's face. But if Kuze had ordered him to let the guy go, well, his boss should know what he was doing. The perp was someone else's problem now. He had just ceased his pursuit when Kuze's panicked voice sounded shrill in his ear.
Someone had taken it to me!
And that's why we had to stop, I guess. Kano recognized Kuze's trademark squawking immediately.
Subject's male. He appears to be carrying a gun. He's fleeing in the direction of the Meiji-dori.
What? Kano could hardly believe it. He told me had been kidnapped. And she'd been abducted by whoever had taken Maria? But why? Someone must have been waiting for the moment when the police took their eyes off her. Something's very wrong here. What in the world is going on? Kano hurried to search for the man who'd taken Hitomi. If he was heading towards Meiji-dori, there was a good chance he'd gone down one of the alleyways nearby. After darting through the side streets, he followed a different man, another foreigner, crossing an intersection a few dozen meters ahead. This guy looks like a goofball. The man was dressed in black, just like the guy who grabbed the ransom money. Who's his right? The kidnapper wasn't acting alone. But wait, something was amiss. He told me he isn't with him. Where was she? Kano skidded around the corner, then stopped short. There's a gun! The man in black was standing there, pointing a gun right at him. Before Kano could react, the man fired. Oh, he dead. Oh, he dead. Bad end. Kano felt hot all over, as if he were on fire. All except for his cheek, pressed against the asphalt, and the palms of his hand, they felt so cold. There was nothing he could do. Nothing, that is, except lie there and watch as his killer turned and walked away. Bad end. Number 4. Shot by a foreigner. Okay, so I guess we keep chasing. Alright, so we keep chasing. Decision point. Follow or not? We do not follow. No, we do follow. We do follow. Take the guy down. Letting the perp escape now is too big of a risk. He had to catch this guy ASAP. Letting the perp escape now is too big of a risk. He had to catch this guy ASAP. The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well.
Eep! Someone's taking it to me!
Kano recognized Kuze's trademark squawk immediately.
Subject is male. He appears to be carrying a gun. He's fleeing in the direction of Major Dory.
What? Oh no, don't tell me he's doing this again. Kano could hardly believe it. He told me I'd been kidnapped? Abducted? But why? Something's very wrong here. What in the world's going on? Kano saw that the road forked up ahead. The man with the attaché case ran to the left. If the man who'd taken Hitomi was heading towards Meiji Dori, there was a good chance he'd gone down one of the alleyways off to the right. Don't go down there. But he did anyway. Who's this other guy behind him? Making a snap judgment, Kano told the detective behind him to follow the case snatcher. Then turned and headed down the nearest alley. Oh, he's gonna go after a bad end again. After darting through the side streets, he spotted a different man, another foreigner, crossing an intersection a few dozen meters ahead. Oh, he's gonna die again. The man was dressed in black, just like the guy who grabbed the ransom money. Who's this right? The kidnapper wasn't acting alone. But wait, something's amiss. He told me he isn't with him. Where was she? Kano skidded around the corner, then stopped short. Gun again! The man in black was standing there, pointing a gun right at him. Before Kano could react, one fired. And he dies again. Welp. Bad end if he chases, bad end if he doesn't chase. So, Achi? We gotta go back to Achi? Oh, there's so many bad ends here. Okay, well, we had to jump back from Achi to this. So, Achi, I guess we'll see what you're up to. We'll see what you're up to. Whoa, homeless man, jump. Okay, let's go. And there's a jump here. Sprinting alongside him was a young man in a suit. Then seemingly from everywhere, a whole bunch of other guys burst into motion. First one, then another. A third, a fourth, a fifth. Over a dozen now. What the heck? Clearly, something big was going down. They were after the attaché case? Within moments, Ashi lost sight of them all through the crowd. With that many people chasing him, the guy with the case was sure to get caught. But wait, What about that girl? Achi turned back around. The girl was still there. She was staring in the direction that the man who had taken the case had gone. A worried expression on her face. Achi couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Maybe he should talk to her and ask what's going on? Another crazy day in Shibuya. They had to be shooting a scene for a film on location. It would probably be a mistake to intrude. Oh, I think I kind of see what's going on here. He probably talked to her and took her. It was mistaken as an abduction. And that's why, that's why Kano died. You know what? Let's just talk to her anyway and see what that scene looks like. I'm kind of curious. I have a feeling the other option B, is the correct one. But let's talk to her. Let's talk to Hitomi. Achi couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Maybe he should talk to her and ask what was going on. But as he was making up his mind, a middle-aged man in a ratty business suit shuffled awkwardly over to her first. Oh, wait, he doesn't have a gun. Wait, so maybe this was the right call. Was there something wrong with one of his legs? He was using a cane to walk. Then one of his hands slipped into his jacket pocket. Achi could scarcely believe his eyes. It was a gun. A revolver? What's the note on the revolver, I wonder? Occult Detective Special. Occult Detective Special? Is that another police officer? Or is that just the name of the gun? A .38 caliber revolver introduced in 1927 by Colt Manufacturing Company. A classic example of a snub-nosed revolver. As the name implies, the weapon is frequently carried by detectives, narcotics officers, and the like for self-defense. Very easy to carry, very easy to hide. That's why it's preferred to the long barrel stuff. Wait, why is he gonna shoot her? In a single fluid motion, the man lifted up the gun and pointed at the girl's direction. In the girl's direction. He was aiming right for her head. Huh? The girl had noticed the man with a cane now. Seeing the gun pointed right at her, she froze in fear. Achi didn't hesitate. Breaking into a full run, he tackled the gunman with all his might. Caught the guard, the man sprawled to the pavement. But the would-be assassin kept hold of his weapon and quickly scrabbed back to his feet. Achi knew he had to act fast. He grabbed the ashen-faced girl by the arm and attempted to drag her away. Ah, okay, so that's what happened. That's where the misunderstanding came through. But if he didn't intervene, she would actually die. Okay. This way, he shouted. She just stared at him, uncomprehending. Uncomprehending, wow. Trembling like a startled animal. Come on, run. Finally, the girl snapped out of her daze and gave a fearful nod. The police box, let's go. Let's just get out of here. Let's go to the police box, now. The police box, let's go. Still pulling the girl by the hand, Achi headed for the police box outside the train station. There's no one here, but it was empty. Oh hey, it's the poster that you see in every police station. Wow, they had it all the way back then. How old is that freaking poster? There were always policemen staffing these things. Why did it have to be unmanned now? Achi flashed a worried glance behind him and saw the assassin in pursuit like a man possessed. Yikes, this is not good. There was nothing they could do but run. With the frightened girl in tow, Achi ran beneath that JR Yamanote railway overpass, next to Yoshinoya, next to the udon shop. Don't worry, just trust me, he told her. But first... He dropped the trash. They sped past the convenience store where an employee was cleaning up the sidewalk. Here, take this, will ya? Achi tossed over the bag of trash. Huh? Wait, what? Priorities! This way! Baños? Wait, there's graffiti here? They slipped through the crowd and into nearby back alley. But this way's a dead end, the girl said breathlessly. Like I said, just trust me. Oh, he knocked it off over. Stopping abruptly, Achi kicked down a wooden plank covering a gap between two buildings, clearing a space that a person could fit through. See, we can get away through here. In you go. But the girl just stood there, looking terrified. What's the matter? Achi asked. Come on, we gotta hurry. But I... She looked at him as if he too was about to pull a gun on her. He could hardly blame her. After all, he was just some random guy who had turned up out of nowhere. But this was no time for dawdling. The man with the cane appeared at the end of the alleyway. If they just stood there, he was going to catch them. Okay, sweetheart, hear me out, he said in a rush. The man's Achi Endo. I lived in the neighborhood, and I'm not the kind to stand idly when a girl is being chased by some killer. So please, just trust me and I'll do my best to keep you safe. He hoped the look in his face, the look in his eyes could convince her he was being on her level. After a painfully long moment, the girl nodded her acceptance. You! Right, let's start with this. Crate barrels, nice. They had paused beside an enormous stack of beverage crates. With a quick shove, Achi knocked the whole pile down, sending it cascading across their pursuer's path. Oh, we got a decent look at this guy. Now that was a close call. The man with the man with a cane was floundering, struggling to get past the fallen crates. My bad, man, Achi called out. Clean that up. Mind cleaning that up for me? The man scowled back at them and fumbled for his gun. Achi flashed him a wave goodbye and then slipped away between the buildings with the girl. Mission successful is Kano still gonna get shot though? I wonder. There's gotta be another guy with a gun somewhere. Hurrying down a narrow alleyway, they emerged onto a side street lined with dive bars and clubs. Assuming the man with the cane hadn't given up, he would probably lie in wait on the path back to the main road. Achi decided their best bet was to try to stay inconspicuous rather than risk getting caught on the move. Guess we can lie low here for a while, he said. He led the girl to the entrance of a tiny old hostess club. Wow, a hostess club. She followed him reluctantly. Understandable. Achi flicked the switch inside the front door, and a chintzy chandelier glowed to life. Chintzy, that's a word I haven't seen before. He sat the girl down on the small sofa beside the counter. She gave him a worried look. Achi felt a pang of embarrassment as he realized what she must be thinking. At least it wasn't a hotel, okay? At least we're not in a hotel. Oh no, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not gonna try any funny business. Someone I know used to run this place. It's not in business anymore, so I figured we're safe here. The girl chuckled at his evident discomfort. Alright then, she said. So... we good? We're good. Okay, well, good. Achi made a vague attempt to straighten his disheveled clothes. So, how about some introductions? I'm Achi Endo, like I said earlier. You can call me Achi. I'm Hitomi Osawa. You can call me Hitomi, I guess. With each new word out of Hitomi's mouth, Achi felt his heart sing. Girlfriend? She was charming, personable. Just about everything about her was captivating. Achi had never met another girl like her. Achi? But? Is something the matter? You were spacing out there for a bit. Achi shook his head to dispel his daze. Damn it, this is no time to get all starry-eyed. He needed to think of some way to keep her safe from the guy who was after her. Look, can you tell me what the heck is going on? Oh, hi. Please, I need to know if I'm gonna help you. Right, okay. I'm not really sure where to begin. He told me to look down, lost in thought. Apparently, hers was a long story. Alright, she said at last. Guess I'll just explain things as they happened. Wait, hold up. Could you keep it as simple as you can? I mean, I'm not really the sharpest tool in the shed. Complicated explanations ain't exactly my strong suit. Well, at least you're being straight. Okay, he told me, chuckled. I'll try my best. She got comfortable and then started her story. But what about Kano? Is Kano still gonna get shot? So last night, somebody abducted my sister. Is Achi a Japanese man? Assumably, he's a Japanese man. He's got a Japanese first name. He's got a Japanese last name. He does not look Japanese. So my guess, he's half. He's half Japanese. But I have no idea. The kidnapper demanded I make the ransom handoff personally. He told me to stand by the statue of Hachiko in Shibuya at 10 o'clock in the morning to make the exchange. So I did. And this man... Wait. Whoa, I'm sorry. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. And this man came by and took the attaché case with the money. And then afterwards, the other guy with a cane turned up and pointed his gun at me. Yeah, we saw that part. Achi had suddenly lost a thread of the conversation. At times like this... Wait. No, what's the thread of the conversation? Okay. So it was just a hint to say that we can scroll back up if we miss something. Could you say that again, but like simpler? Huh? Sure? It was already simple? I'm just having trouble following is all. My dude. I mean, you do the trash pickup well, but I don't think that was that difficult. I mean, is this the plot to some movie or soap opera? No, that's not. Or some kind of hidden camera show. This is real. This really happened. The look in Hitomi's eyes was dead serious. She's gotta be telling the truth. What would the point of lying be? And he had seen that attaché case and the gunman himself. How much was the ransom, if you don't mind my asking? Hitomi hesitated. 50 million yen, she said after a moment. 50 million yen. Let's assume this was when the yen was still good and not the yen now. I think 50 million yen is roughly $500 million. Quite a bit of money. I mean, 50 million is still a lot of money, but $500,000, sorry. $500,000 is still quite a bit of money. Achi gave a whistle of amazement. Whew! The detectives told me that was a typical amount for a kidnapper to ask for. It's plenty, that's for sure. I guess there's good money in that sort of thing. As soon as the words were out, he realized his blunder. Sorry, I shouldn't put it that way. He fidgeted awkwardly, and Hitomi looked away. I'm an idiot, but okay, I think I get this kidnapping thing. So I'm guessing those guys who chased the guy who took the ransom were undercover cops? He replayed the scene in his head. But then, the kidnapper took the attaché case and ran, right? So if they were empty-handed, why'd the guy with the cane come after you? I'm honestly not sure. Hitomi's words trailed off. This was clearly difficult for her to talk about. Anyway, we should probably get you to the police as soon as we... No, we can't do that. Hitomi's tone was resolute. Why? The police were with you? Well, we tried to get you to the police box, but it was empty. But wait, why can't we go back to the police? I can't take this to the police. Why not? But you contact the police first. Why can't we do it now? Achi waited for an answer, but none came. After a long and awkward silence, she stood up from her seat. I really appreciate the help, but I should go now. She gave Achi a deep bow. Nuh-uh, hold on. What do you mean go? Go where? Insurance scam? Man, I wonder. He hurried to intervene as she headed for the door. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I'll figure out the rest on my own somehow. Hey, I said hold on. Don't tell me there's a gun by the door? He told me ignored him and opened the door, and the argument came out to an abrupt halt. Gun? I had a feeling there would be a gun! Standing there was a man with a cane, his revolver in his hand. Well, goodbye, Achi. To be continued? Wait, what do you mean to be continued? You can't leave me hanging here. Achi Endo's 10 o'clock story ends here. There's a lot of surprise guns in the Japanese game. I mean, when you're dealing with Yakuza or whoever these guys are, there's gonna be guns involved. Even in Japan, you can sneak guns in. And the police do have guns. But it's very difficult to get. However, Shinya Kano still has more to do. Read along further in Kano's story. Okay, to be continued. Alright, so I'm guessing this is up for Aichi for now. Let's go back to Kano. And I guess we continue the way we went. We got a bad end here before, but right now we're gonna trail the foreigner. And hopefully we don't get interrupted by any... by any random calls. I'd assume they'd be much more likely to have knives. Guns probably makes charges a lot worse. Guns would make charges a lot worse if they get caught. The assumption is if they get caught. But, you know, I think what they're after is not getting caught and maybe getting out of there by boat or something. So that's probably what's gonna happen. Tailing the foreigner. Okay, so this is the option where we have Kano chase the foreigner instead of backing off like his boss said to do. The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. Okay, so this time the guy with the gun is no longer with Hitomi, apparently. And so Kano can now chase this other guy without being interrupted. Gotcha. The man shot out onto a major thoroughfare, then bolted up a pedestrian bridge. That's a lot of stairs, by the way. That's a lot of steps on a pedestrian bridge. He's gotta be super fit to be able to do that. Like crazy. It's like 3 stories high sometimes. Just where the heck was this guy heading? Halfway across the bridge, the man stopped abruptly. Cautious, Kano stopped as well. Wow, look at the smile on this guy! Height, roughly 190 centimeters. Age, 30s. You sure that's 30s? Are you sure that's 30s? Hair, dark brown. Clothing, all black. Very edgy. A moment later, the man flashed a triumphant sneer, and he held the attaché case. Before Kano could even yell stop, it was already too late. The man threw the attaché case down to the roadway below. No! Panicking, Kano peered over the railing. A man on a motorcycle was waiting beneath the bridge. I've been had. Kano bit his lip hard. Damn it! My guy, you weren't supposed to go after the attaché case. There's really nothing there for you. The best you could have done was put a GPS in the attaché case. Then again, did GPS exist back in this day, which I assume is around early 2000s? I assume they had GPS back then. The smartest thing to do was put a GPS in the attaché case, have it be taken, and then follow where the signal goes. But why are you chasing after the case? That's not even the priority. You're supposed to chase the other guy. Get some information out of him. Anyway. Civilian used by the 2000s, yeah. That's what I figured, but I wasn't sure. Kano sprinted back down the bridge, hearing the bike's engine roar to life. He had to make it in time. Descending the stairs 4 at a time, he leapt toward the roadway, but the bike sped out of reach and roared away in the direction of Yoyogi, leaving Kano in its dust. Looking back up at the overpass, he saw the man who thrown that attaché case running away. He handed the money off to someone else. He's currently on a motorcycle running towards Yoyogi. His report to Kuze complete, Kano slumped down in dismay. The cops had played right into the criminal's hands. Now the crooks were getting away, and people's lives were in danger. Was there any greater failure for a policeman? Yeah, you weren't going after the other guy. You should have ignored the case, gone after the other guy, and tried to get information out of him. Staring off into the distance where the man who'd thrown the case had disappeared, Kano gritted his teeth. Okay. Where are you gonna go from here? Oh, we got another to be continued. Wait, hold up. We have 2 to be continueds. We don't have a third character to work with. You finish reading both characters' stories for the hour of 10 a.m. In 428, you'll make your way through all the protagonists' stories in parallel like this. Once everyone has reached the end of a given hour, the next hour can begin. Ah. So, who's up at the 11th hour? Oh no! We have another guy, and a guy in a suit. Enjoy the TV show, guys! This is what we're gonna be doing on Mondays. I don't know how many chapters there are in 428, but I plan to go at about maybe 2 chapters at a time for about 4 hours each. It does feel like it was intended to be a show. It's supposed to be based off an actual TV show. I just don't know what it is. But anyway, this is the end of the tutorial for this part of the story. You can reread previous tutorial messages via the menu screen. There's a lot of important info in there, so reread it closely. Now 428 has reached the 11 o'clock time block. You have 5 protagonists available. Whose story will you read first? Okay, so here's the thing. We will continue. If we get to the end of everyone's to be continued for this one, we will end it for the stream. If we get to 4 hours of stream time before we get there, I'm gonna see how far we are, and then maybe still end it after we get the to be continued. We'll see. But this is very interesting. Who knows how often you have to do 2 chapters a stream? Yeah, that's a good question. Time to go back playing New World Cloud. Anyway. We can go back to Kano, we can go back to Aichi, but I'm curious about Tama. This is the most mysterious thing in this entire playthrough, it seems. So let's see what Tama has in store for us. Wow, the tone is so different. And the filter's so different, and we have a gaijin old couple over there visiting Japan for the first time, it seems. It's so hot. I wonder what the voice of Tama is. It's so hot at this thing. Way, way too hot. I feel like I'm sitting in a sauna. Everyone else in the street looks nice and cool. But here I am, getting treated to my very own personal midsummer heat wave. On top of that, I can barely see. I can barely breathe. For that matter. But hey, what can I do? Oh, I am so thirsty. Some iced tea would be amazing right now. I'm going to pass out from my dehydration at this rate. I may as well admit it. I underestimated how tough this would be. Who knew wearing a mascot costume could be so uncomfortable? A delicate young lady like myself has no business doing this sort of job. I suddenly have so much respect for the people on those superhero team shows. And the people at Disney. Though I don't think Japan Disney existed at this time. Like, can you imagine doing those action scenes in something like this? Heck, all I'm doing is standing here and I'm this close to calling it quits. Yeah, they really need a fan in there. But I can't. I need the work. I need the money. There's no time to be a wuss. If I give up on this, what else am I possibly going to do? Is this an energy drink? Check out the revolutionary new diet drink, Burning Hammer! I thrust a free sample towards passersby, shouting as loud as I can. Why is this in blue? A free sample, a free portion, usually quite small, of a product given out to consumers as a sales gimmick. Allows them to test the quality and effect of a cosmetic or health product prior to purchase. Frequently referred to as a trial size or freebie version of the product. In addition to passing out free samples on the streets, some shops also include free samples with purchased products. Please note that simply taking a product without paying for it in order to test it out is theft. Don't do it. Come on and give it a try! Oh no, it's no use. People just walk by one after another. They avoid looking at the sample. It's been like this ever since I started standing here. What gives? You'd figure at least one person would have taken a bottle by now. I mean, it's free! But I haven't managed to give away a single one. Imagine corporate spending money for employees. I know, right? If this keeps up, there's no way I'm getting paid. And then this whole miserable experience will have all been for nothing. Just drink this and watch the pounds melt away. No exercising or dieting necessary. I can hear the desperation in my own voice. Just burn, 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 burn those pounds away. They're giving me cold looks now. They probably think I'm some shyster trying to offload a dodgy product. It's that simple. That's simple, folks. You just drink the weight away. I guarantee it. Heck, this whole thing reeks of a scam to me too. In other words, it seems extremely dubious or suspicious. The word scam, referring to a type of dishonest scheme, is actually of unknown origin. Several folk of etymologies have been proposed, including that it comes from a simple shortening of scandalous misdeeds, but these claims have little evidence to support them. Losing weight just by drinking some concoction is way too good to be true. But still, free is free. You'd think I'd be able to give away one or two away. It's not like I'm not trying. Okay, pep talk time. You can do this. Think about the money. Just start with one bottle. Alright, I'm going to give this bottle away to the next person I see, no matter what. I close my eyes and gather my determination. I just need to get started, and the momentum will build from there. Oh no. Immediately, two shady looking guys. One of them is our, I guess, supposedly hidden detective Sasayama to the right, and I don't recognize the guy to the left. He's a new one. Alright, eyes open. There are two people walking my direction. Wait, two? No, wait, which one do I pick? I keep waffling If I keep waffling, they're both going to pass me by. I just need to hand this bottle off. Which one of these guys looks more likely to take it? Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it to the businessman to the left. I try to force it on the disheveled fellow to my right. Force it on the disheveled fellow to the right. Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it to the disheveled fellow to my right. To my surprise, he takes it. Huh? What's this? He asks, lifting an eyebrow as he looks at the bottle. I slap my furry arms and strike a cute pose as I launch into a product pitch. Big product pitch. It's Burning Hammer, the #1 new diet drink. Please give it a try. No thanks, says the man. I'm good. I keep my arms held open wide and pretend I didn't hear that. Look, he says, I'm in a hurry. You should give this to someone else. He tries to hand the sample back to me, but I hold my ground. What's going on? Okay. For a few moments, we are at a silent impasse. Maybe he's weirded out by my cat alter ego holding in freeze frame pose, because eventually he looks away, flips the bottle into his pocket, and then walks off. Quietly accepts defeat. That's how you're supposed to do it. I did it. I finally got someone to take one. But there's still so many samples left. My brief surge of excitement dies before I can even fully take hold. I wonder how the other mascots is doing about now. The chicken! Why is the chicken so much more popular? There's a sales demo happening today at 1 o'clock at Nokani Building. Huh? Looks like the chicken has handed out all kinds of samples. I don't get it. How come nobody's taking any of mine? What could I possibly be doing wrong? I look at the clock. It's a little after 11. My morning of wandering around hawking diet drinks is just about over. I need to get ready to head over to the sales demo. I'd love to take the costume off, but then I have to carry it. The samples I haven't given out are almost too heavy as it is. Oh well, I might not have gotten results, but I tried my best. I sure hope they don't withhold my pay for anything. Hey, what gives? You got that many left? The chicken speaks with a female voice. Oh, are most of these costume people girls or something? I guess it's either the samples or the chicken that's much better. I think they have the same samples, so it's probably the chicken. Though I would think the cat would be more approachable than the chicken. Though the chicken does look fairly approachable. Yeah, I reply sheepishly. Nobody seems to want to take mine. Well, I mean, are you looking for the right targets? Huh? Like groups of girls or bored-looking older ladies. Those are the types you gotta be gunning for, you know? Wow, I hadn't even considered that. Now that she says it, it seems so obvious. This is a diet drink, after all. Of course, I'm not gonna have any luck trying to foist it off on random guys. Well, whatever, the chicken says. Here, give me the samples you got left. I hand over my samples and the chicken dumps the whole lot into her basket. I'll drink whatever's left so they don't find out you didn't pass them out. Huh? Wait, like all of them? Yeah, all of them. The chicken sounds pretty confident in herself. These may just be sample-sized bottles, but still, they add up to a lot. I can feel myself on the brink of tears at the kindness of her offer. Thank you so much, that's a huge help. I bow deeply, which makes my mascot head wobble. Look at that. We got a chicken and a cat going down the street. And there's an old lady just seeing how cute that is. And I'm guessing two students on the side taking a picture of it because it does look cute. And I'm not sure what's going on to the right over here. It's either someone's on a... What is going on to the right? I'm not even going to try to guess. Leaving the station behind, we head down towards Center Guy. Or we head down Center Guy towards the Nokani Building. What is a Nokani Building? Multi-tenant office in Udagawacho, located in Center Guy, Shibuya's downtown district. Okay. Hosting sales demo. Okay. Basically, lots of businesses. Got you. The Burning Hammer sales demo is going to be held there this afternoon. The job's supposed to pay 10,000 yen for the day, but if we can sell at least 100 bottles of the demo, they've promised another 10,000 yen on top of that. 10,000 yen is about 100 bucks. Let's just say 20,000 yen is about 200 bucks. What does that come out to if you do it in 8 hours? I don't have the math on my head. But that seems to be not terrible. But I can't imagine doing this for a long term. That just sounds like hell. I need to make sure I sell those 100 bottles. I need that 20,000 yen and I need it ASAP. Burning Hammer! I feel like this is the wrong advertisement if you're going to be targeting women. It's all BS anyway, it is. We've arrived at the Nokani building, a rundown multi-tenant office complex. We head into the room where the Burning Hammer sales demo is taking place. There are already about 50 seats set out. I wonder how many people the free samples will pull in. A stage has been set up at the far end of the room. I do not see anyone coming in here. This just reeks of a scam. What's there? That's where I'm going to be standing, sipping Burning Hammer while explaining its effects to the customer. At least you don't have to be in the suit anymore, right? Hurry up and take that thing off. The chicken flaps her wings as she speaks. It's kinda early, but come on, let's have lunch. I'm starving. Now that she mentioned it, I realize I'm pretty hungry myself. The demo's not starting for another 2 hours. I can't win a war against my stomach for that long. The chicken and I head down to the waiting room where they set out lunches for us. Hey, at least they feed you. Mind getting my back really quick? The chicken asks. She arches her back towards me. Apparently, she can't reach her own zipper. I feel like you can't reach your own zipper anyway. And I feel like you should have a zipper in the inside of those things also. Oh sure, give me a sec. I try to unzip the back of the chicken suit, but my own suit's thick, fuzzy fingers have a hard time of it. What's the holdup? Come on, I'm roasting in this thing. Hurry up and get it off me. I've almost got it. It's just awkward with these mitts. Finally, I get a hold of the zipper and yank it. Downward. Wow, okay. Why did it split in two? Oh, okay. So this is who's in the chicken suit. A girl emerges from the chicken as if the chicken itself were an egg. Yeah, I'm alive! Her red sweatshirt is drenched in sweat. Wait, hold up. Why were you wearing a sweatshirt inside a freaking chicken suit in the middle of the heat? That's just asking for trouble. You need to be like wearing a camisole or something. Almost at once, she's kicking back and cooling off with her hand fan. Sorry, but would you mind getting me too? I ask. Yeah, okay. I turn my back to the girl. Okay, what does Tama look like? What does Tama look like? I hear metal clinking behind me. At long last, I'm about to be free of this 5-ton fursuit. Huh? The girl murmurs awkwardly. Huh, what? A spike of anxiety hits me. What's wrong? I ask. Yeah, that's a no-go. What do you mean that's a no-go, girl? What do you mean that's a no-go? Is a zipper stuck or something? Just get some scissors. Zipper's busted. Oh no! Oh no! How's she gonna get lunch at this rate? What? Yeah, sorry, this thing ain't coming off. What? My vision goes dark. No, no, no! I tug desperately at the costume, but no luck. I'm trapped inside. Oh, what the crap? Oh, well, we can talk to the boss about it when he gets back, the girl says. But how am I supposed to get lunch? I mean, it's not like we can just cut it off with scissors or anything. She sounds entirely unconcerned. But I'm dying in here! Can we at least get the head off? It's so unfair. I need to get out of this stuffy, sweltering steam bath as soon as possible. All I can do is clench my fist in impotent rage. But anyway, good work out there today, the girl continues. I'm Chiriko Osugi, by the way. You can just call me Chiri. She smiles as she introduces herself. I mean, I am a pretty cheery gal after all. She breaks into a hearty guffaw. Oh sure, I say, nice to meet you. Yeah, for sure. So, I guess you're not gonna be able to eat lunch in that getup, huh? Huh? God, that's right, what should I do? Don't sweat it, just leave it to me. Huh? I'll eat both lunches myself. Was this the plan all along? Girl, was this the plan all along? To eat both lunches yourself? I don't think that's the solution. Chiri doesn't even wait for me to reply before reaching for my lunch. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste, she says. She makes it sound like leftover food is a bigger concern than my hunger. I can feel my appetite stirring all the more as she devours my meal with a satisfied grin on her face. A faint, pathetic gurgle rises from my belly. It's just a cheap little prepackaged box lunch, but right now it looks like a feast. So what's your name, Chiri asks, her cheeks still packed with rice. My name? Yeah. Oh, it's, As I struggle to think of an answer, my eyes alight on the piece of tamagoyaki crushed between Chiri's chopsticks. A yellow slab of lightly grilled egg wobbles to and fro. I can see the inside from the way it's been sliced. It looks somewhat undercooked. Come on, what's your name? Oh, right, Tama. It's Tama. Huh, you mean like the famous cat? Well, ain't that fitting? Chiri chortles and stuffs the piece of tamagoyaki in her mouth, then takes a big swig of iced tea. Wow, the gall of this girl. I am beyond jealous. I wish I could gorge myself on those lunchboxes until I'm full to bursting. Heck, even a cold glass of iced tea would be a lifesaver right now. I'm so thirsty I'm starting to get all dizzy. Maybe I really am getting dehydrated. This isn't good. If I don't do something, I'm gonna pass out before the sales demo even starts. And then I remember something. The zipper down my back might be busted, but I can still take the head off, right? That way at least I'd be able to eat and drink stuff. Alright. I decide to grab the head with both hands and yank it upward with all my might, rock my head back and forth good and hard, ask Chiri to assist me. Sorry, would you mind helping me pull my head off? For some reason I think number 3 is like a really bad option for some reason. Let's go with A for now and see what happens. I decided to grab the head with both hands and yank it upward with all my might. It won't come off. Oh, come on! No matter how hard I pull, it won't come off. Ow! A dull pain throbs at the back of my head. Did I smack it against something at some point? Chiri flashes me a curious look. What are you doing? I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. Maybe it's Chiri, maybe. I tried pulling it again and refusing to give up. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. Wait, how did you not know that when you put on the costume? I slump forward in defeat, face planting on the tabletop. No! Most folks would have noticed that when they put it on, you know. Wow, harsh. Well, I didn't! The boss helped me get into this thing. Well, don't let it get you down, Chiri says. Here, drink some of this. How? A straw? She pulls a bottle with a straw from her bag and pours some of the tea into it. Oh, she can drink like that? Oh! That's actually pretty handy. At least she won't go thirsty. I mean, she might go hungry, but she won't go thirsty. In a fever of thirst, I jammed the plastic straw through the mascot costume's mouth. Thankfully, it reaches as far as my own. I suck for all I'm worth. I suck, and I suck, and I suck. Wow, they really emphasize the sucking part. My body rejoices as the moisture returns to it, like rain coming to the desert. I need some water too. And thus I revive. Actually, it kind of does feel like I'm coming back to life. Oh, thank you so much. I am never going to forget this as long as I live. With tears welling up in my eyes, I clutch Cherry's hand in my fuzzy mitts. Ah, hey, I'm not that kind of person to abandon someone in need, you know? Could you at least feed us with chopsticks through the mouth? Because that would be really helpful right now. Make Tama go to the bathroom. Oh no, I forgot about that detail. How's she gonna go to the bathroom? An embarrassed grin crosses her face. How come you're carrying this bottle around with you anyway? I ask. Oh, that's because I make my own protein juice. Wow, really? Hold up, why is protein highlighted? In Japan, the word protein is frequently used to refer to a powdered health food supplement that contains vitamins and minerals as well as a protein component. It is dissolved in milk or another liquid to create a drink. A protein diet typically involves drinking a glass of this in place of a meal. Drinking it in place of a tea would assuredly lead to weight gain. Oh. Is that why I gained weight by doing a lot of protein drinks? Guys, don't believe the protein, the whey protein propaganda. That's how I initially gained 10 pounds. And I haven't been able to take it off. So don't do it. Unless you're actually working out. Protein juice? Never heard of it. Soya Max Fiber Energy? Wow, 30 grams, 12 grams? Oh, 30 milligrams. I heard that if you have protein juice for one of your 3 meals a day, you'll lose weight. Yeah, that's not what the tip said. So yeah, I kinda need to keep it. Given Cherry's sort of, well, chubby frame, I don't think the protein's been working great for her. I've been trying all sorts of stuff, but right now, protein is totally the best thing for my diet. With this stuff, though... Cherry casts her eyes at the samples of burning hammer on the table. It's like, totally bogus. Huh? Bogus? That's a surprise. Well, yeah, Cherry says. You gotta exercise if you want to burn body fat, you know. The best way to burn body fat is to engage in steady, low-intensity aerobic exercise. After roughly 20 minutes of such exercise, the body burns through its available blood sugar, and the brain sends signals to have fat brought into the bloodstream. This is how fat is burned. Anaerobic exercise, which leaves you panting and breathless, is not effective. Wow, we're actually getting actual tips in the tips! This game's amazing. This game's absolutely amazing. She smacks herself on one flabby arm. I mean, there's no way you're gonna lose weight by taking in more calories. Huh. Didn't she just say she was drinking protein juice to lose weight? Keep that thought to myself. I mean, that'd be as ridiculous as all-you-can-eat Kobe beef, she adds. She shakes her head seriously. I'm not sure about using all-you-can-eat anything as an example in a discussion about weight loss. But then again, I keep the thought to myself. But hey, a job's a job, Shiri says after a moment, perking up again. They tell me to sell this junk, I sell it. A sudden wailing comes from the other side of the door. Please, just give me time. I swear I'll get it back to you. The amount of burn you get from wandering around in those mascot costumes probably affected? Probably, actually. Though it might also be dehydration, so I'm not sure if, how many actual calories it's gonna burn. Don't tell me. The guy selling these drinks, is in debt with someone, and, he's in trouble now. What the heck? Chiri says. Is that the boss? I nod. That's definitely Mr. Yanagishita's voice. He's the guy who hired me. Sidling up alongside Chiri, I very quietly open the door and take a peek inside. Oh, it's actually the Yakuza. Wow, I'm not surprised. Mr. Yanagishita is down on his hands and knees, begging, while two uncouth-looking men glower at him. Just a little more time, that's all I ask, he pleads. Once I sell this stuff, I can pay you back. I see a tiny bottle of burning hammer in his hand. Just a little more, mimics the middle-aged fellow. I just gotta sell this. We've heard enough out of you. Yeah, the younger guy sneers. We ain't giving you any more time, so quit asking. I really just need a little longer this time. Please, you gotta believe me. Oh wow, they're not being obvious at all. They're not being obvious at all. From the look of things, Mr. Yanagishita is dealing with some loan sharks. Though it seems obvious that this term refers to the predators of the deep, the word shark, in this case, actually has its origins in the older Germanic word meaning parasite, or someone who preys on others. The same word gave rise to the term pool shark and card shark. In the case of loan sharks, though, the initial mental image seems quite appropriate. And the two thugs are clearly in no mood for his continued groveling. Chiro and I exchange a glance. It's probably best if we don't go out there right now. But now I'm really worried. Am I actually going to get paid for this gig? Oh, he looks so unserious. I love the Wikipedia page and tips. They're actually hilarious. I'm gonna read more of those when they come by. As I'm pondering that, one of the men grabs Yanagishita by the nape of the neck and drags him to his feet. Come with us, pal. We'll take you to someplace you can, work off your debts. Say what? Mr. Yanagishita wails. The two men drag him away. So, about that pay for the day? Huh. Guess he's gone then. She's already starting to pack up her things. Well, I guess this isn't gonna work out for today. Wait, what are you doing, I ask? Going home. Not much point in sticking around. Going home? I mean, the demo sure ain't happening now. Anyhow, it was nice working with you. See ya. Moments later, Chiri's out the door. Chiri? You could at least get some scissors and cut Talma out of the costume. That would be nice. Now what do I do? I've been left here all by myself. More or less at a total loss. Wait, that was a bad end? Wait, that was a bad end? Shifts over. Wait, our only choice for this one was trying to get the head off. Let's see where the other two options go. I don't know if that's gonna make a difference, but let's see what the other two options go. Okay, we got bad end from that one. Actually, no, businessman. Let's go to the businessman. I gave the drink to a homeless, one of the undercover cops. Let's give it to the businessman this time. Who to choose? Let's give it to the other guy. Maybe we'll get something this time. Alright. Option A. Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it off on the businessman to the left. Here you go, sir. A free sample of Burning Hammer, the latest and greatest diet drink. That ended well. The businessman flashes me a look of utter contempt and makes a point of avoiding me as he slips past. Bam! There goes the wind right out of my sails. I wonder how the other mascot's doing about now. Okay, well, we can ignore that, I feel like. Can I, we can ignore that one. Let's try this. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference, but let's try changing something here. Well, he wasn't technically unemployed. He was an undercover cop. But, for some reason that didn't do anything. Anyway, I think we need to check rock my head back and forth, good and hard. Chiri, please help me get this off. Sorry, would you mind helping me pull my... Ow! I don't remember doing that recently. Curious look. Is there a fast forward? There is no fast forward, it seems. Okay, so I think we're still gonna be getting the bad end here, meaning we might have to switch to someone else. I cannot imagine the businessman option changing anything. So let's see. How far back can we go? Let's go to... Let's check out someone else. Let's check Osawa. Whoever Osawa is. Email! Yeah, okay, I think Tama has a dead end unless we take care of the loan sharks somehow. So let's check this first. Wealth, status, honor. None of these mean anything to me. All I want is a peaceful life. To put worry behind me. To stay calm and serene. To be free of worldly desires and concerns. Free at any cost. Wow! How many people still have one of these things? A cheery rhythm pumped from the CD player set up against the study wall. The study wall. It was the latest hit from Aya Kamiki, the songwriter sensation who was blowing up the pop charts. Kenji Osawa reached for the stereo remote on his desktop. He ratcheted the volume up a little louder. It's the guy in the thumbnail. He looked like the sort of man who'd be more interested in classical music. In fact, he was a huge fan of the girl rock popular with the middle schoolers. Closing his eyes, he swayed back and forth in time with the music. A really big one at your house? I suppose those still exist if you have in the family home. Closing his eyes, he swayed back and forth in time with the music, humming his favorite lyrics under his breath. But his movements faltered. It's no use. Aya's voice usually soothed whatever ailed him, but today, even she couldn't help. Today, Osawa was a complete wreck in both body and mind. Oh, what's going on here? Recombinant vector? Okoshi lab? Internal use only? Identify the infection route of the UA virus? I'm guessing he's researching something? Mounds of paperwork were scattered across the desktop in his study. All of it about viruses and vaccines. It had only been a week since he'd returned from a business trip to his company's branch office in the US, and he was slated to go back in another week's time. There was a truly staggering amount of work he needed to get through while he was at home. So I'm guessing he at least knows English. He picked up one of the papers, glanced at it aimlessly, then tossed it back onto the desk. Slumping back in his chair, he let out a long, deep sigh. He was in no mental state to work right now. A faint knock at the door barely aroused him from his torpor? Wow, that's a new word for me. Director, may I come in? It was his vice director, Mamoru Tanaka. Sure, the door's open. Tanaka came into the study. I know it's not a great time, but... Osawa could barely make out his words. He tapped the remote, lowering the volume of the music. Tanaka continued apologetically. A call came in from the lab. They're hoping for a response to the email they sent yesterday. I'm sure they don't need it today. Apparently they do need an answer as soon as possible, sir. I did ask them to give you some more time, but... I see. Osawa said wearily. Alright then. Tanaka dipped his head slightly and slipped out of the room. Welp, time to get a banana. Our banana count so far is at 3. Are we gonna get another banana in this scene? Osawa contemplated his colleague. Tanaka was a man he could truly depend on. He has enough of his own work to do. He didn't need to come here again today, but he did. They'd been working in close concert ever since Osawa had gotten back to Japan. Without Tanaka's support, there was no way he would be in a mindset to do any work at all right now. Sliding up to his computer, Osawa opened his email program and started answering the work-related messages. He reported on his business travel expenses, offered his opinions on capital investments, requested confirmation on current medicinal stockpiles. He also worked with Bleak Detachment. None of this meant anything to him right now. Then a new email appeared in his inbox. The sender was identified simply as A. The subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. The message body was blank, but there appeared to be multiple images attached. Ordinarily, Osawa would have deleted a message like this immediately, assuming that it contained some kind of virus. But the words South Africa drew his attention. Could this possibly be related to... He couldn't help but to wonder. For a long moment, he hovered the cursor over one of the image files. At last, as if spurred on by the upbeat rhythm in his ears, he double-clicked the mouse. Ooh, what's this? What's this? The grainy photograph showed a large room with a dozen or so people laid out in beds. It appeared to be some sort of medical ward. Osawa felt a strange flutter in his chest. He quickly opened another image. This one showed a close-up of one of the patients in his bed. Large red blotches covered his face. A large volume of blood appeared to be dripping from his ears and nostrils. A cold shudder ran up Osawa's spine. What the hell? Really, what the hell? We went from police chase to costume character and deaths, and now we're doing a, I guess, Resident Evil type virus thing going on. I don't know. These symptoms. Osawa opened up the remaining image files. Each new picture showed another of the patients. They all appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. There was no doubt about it. These people were infected with the UA virus. I think the UA virus. I guess this one we need to read that. The UA virus. The UA virus belongs to family Filoviridae, genus Ualicavirius. It is a member of the same family as the Ebola virus and causes UA virus fulminant hemorrhagic fever. It is capable of airborne transmission, although an infected individual cannot pass on the infection before symptoms manifest. The U.S. Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, have assigned the virus to risk group 4, their classification for the most dangerous infectious agents. Oh, okay. Is this actually real, or is this just for the game? Because I don't think I've ever heard of this thing before. Consistency of Kojima's cheese and alcohol-fueled fever dreams. It really does, but at least so far we have unrelated stories, which are gonna converge at some point, I assume. But how? Questions tumbled through Osawa's mind. His fingers tapped out a quick message. He doubted he'd get a response, but he might as well try. Who are you? Where are these images from? I'm assuming Africa. 1 year ago. And we have a lily. The Uwa virus got its name from the Swahili word for flower. Supposedly, this was based on the fact that the propagated form of the virus resembled the petals of a flower. Despite the flowery name, however, the disease was anything but pretty. Uwa didn't just mean flower, it also meant to kill. And as the name suggested, the virus had a mortality rate of 100% in those it managed to infect. Because most details regarding the Uwa virus have been suppressed, cases of Uwa infection are largely unknown to the world at large. Okay, so it's just for the game. Because all patients known to be infected with the virus on official record have died within a short time frame, the mortality rate is given as 100%. As the incidence of known cases grows, the number may drop below 100%, but the mortality rate will likely remain extraordinarily high. Moreover, there was a very short incubation period between infection, the onset of symptoms, and death. Okay, so this is just technical stuff. We can skip this. Within roughly 12 hours, bleeding would be set in throughout the body, everywhere but the bones and muscles, with lethal results. Due to this incredibly high mortality rate, the disease's very existence had been kept hidden from public knowledge. Osawa's computer chimed to signify the arrival of a new email. The sender was A. He hurried to open the message. Once again, the subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. No re. Know your crimes. Count up your sins. Oh no, are we gonna get into a Kamen Rider arc here now? Osawa stared at those two words. My crimes? That left him only with further questions. He looked again at the images from the previous email. What makes any of this my crimes? He could see that the patient's bleeding was severe. He estimated that several hours had passed since the onset of the disease. It wouldn't be long before their lives were cut short. To feel that agony, that suffering, and then to perish. Am I to blame for that? Huh? Who's that? Another faint knock came at the door. Darling! Oh, darling? Do you have a moment? It was his wife, Ai. Yes, come in. Just give me a second. Osawa hurriedly closed the mail program. Yeah, sure, come in. Yes, come in. That's probably gonna change something like, oh, she does not look friendly at all. I stepped into the study, the room filled with the scent of her perfume. Have you reconsidered the whole America thing? She asked. This again. Osawa thought suddenly to himself. I guess she wants to move to America? Please, he said. Can we not discuss this right now? If not now, then when? You know, this isn't a decision to just make on your own. On his latest business trip, a major American pharmaceutical firm had attempted to headhunt him, asking him to join them and be among the top researchers in the world. The money and prestige held no interest for him, and he was reluctant to turn his back on Okoshi Pharmaceutical after his many years of service. He works there, solid sales network, patents, influential. Company employs a lot of people. Okay, I mean, he holds a high prestige here, but he did say he doesn't care for any of that. So, what about this America thing? Nonetheless, he was intrigued by the offer. It would mean the chance to conduct his virus research in a much better funded environment. Taking the job would necessitate relocating to the US, however. Then when he mentioned the possibility of immigrating to I, she'd shot the idea down on the spot. Really? Why? What's her issue with this? Her opposition was understandable. Ai's father, Suguru Makino, was a member of the Okoshi Pharmaceutical Boards of Directors. Oh, it's political. No way was he going to let Osawa jump ship to another company. Darling, please. I drew in closer to him. Woman, get away. Think about it from my perspective. If you leave for America, what am I supposed to tell my father? Tell him you went to America. He'd gotten so used to it, that grating whine of hers. Have you considered what might happen to Okoshi if you leave, dear? I don't care. He doesn't care. We can discuss that once all this is finished. Osawa kept his voice as level as he could. Do you remember that you're a director, right? I said, you have responsibilities. Stop thinking about yourself so much. You can get another director. It doesn't have to be him. It doesn't have to be him. Directors get changed out all the time. With a sour look, I turned and departed. She's got a stake in this, that's why. That's the only reason. I think it's time for a banana. Well, he had known that moving to America would never be a simple matter, regardless of what his wife thought about it. There was another reason, however, the antiviral agent they had developed at Okoshi. Okay, so this is just technical stuff, gotcha. After the UA virus was discovered, infectious disease research facilities worldwide had thrown themselves into a top-secret effort to develop a vaccine. But Makino had ordered Osawa to work on creating an antiviral agent, not a vaccine. But why? A vaccine immunizes a subject in order to prevent... Oh, I get it. And they made the antiviral agent so they could sell it more than the vaccine. I hate it. I hate this. A vaccine immunizes a subject in order to prevent infection in the first place. Conversely, an antiviral agent could be used to treat patients already infected. It was a so-called wonder drug for combating the virus itself. Creating such a drug was far easier than said than done. Developing the antiviral had been a long, arduous road. Only after years of research has Osawa's team succeeded in identifying a substance that might qualify as an antiviral agent for UA. In theory, if it was administered during the virus's initial stages, 100% recovery could be attained. Data also suggested that an 80% survival rate for patients treated shortly after the onset of symptoms. But there was a fatal flaw with the new antiviral agent. The side effects on the body were unusually potent. If it was administered in amounts beyond a certain threshold, it was linked to life-threatening complications. For a time, the research was at an impasse. It had seemed that the drug had to be administered in high volume to combat explosive propagation of the UA virus. But then Osawa had received some fortuitous news. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' nanotechnology branch had engineered a cutting-edge device known as the DDS. I think we need both of these now. Technology created and operated on an extremely small scale, nanotechnology, often measured in nanometers. Some nanotech devices are literally regulated on the atomic level. The possibilities are ever-expanding in practical fields such as medicine and materials science. The United States is among the world leaders in the push for research and development. Okay. DDS is drug delivery system. Such a system administers ultra-microscopic drug capsules to a target area of the body. Gotcha. Osawa had jumped on it immediately. By administering his antiviral agent with the nanotech DDS, he was able to use similar amounts of the drug to quash the UA virus with precision. The procedure was a huge success. There was a marked increase in the drug's efficacy, along with an expected decrease in adverse side effects. The effects had been confirmed via animal testing on monkeys, and now the antiviral was ready for the final development stages, clinical trials on humans. But the very existence of this new wonder drug was still a secret. No doubt Okoshi's leadership would be reluctant to see Osawa, the drug's lead researcher, transferred to another company. Still, it wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. Once the antiviral was out of the development and announced to the public, Osawa would be free and clear. For that very reason, he was loath to cause any friction over the drug right now. Okay, that makes sense. This anxiety only magnified his concern about the email he just received. That is a... I don't think it's an old phone. It looks old though. But I'm thinking this still kind of exists. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. There's something I want to show you. You come in here? Could you come in here? He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied upon. Osawa opened the door for the moment. Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering in his vice director inside. What's this all about, sir? This. Osawa showed him one of the images. Tanaka's face went pale. It can't be. Tanaka clearly recognized the symptoms of the UA virus. Any idea what this is about? Osawa asked. No, sir. These images were just emailed to me. The subject line says, 1 year ago, South Africa. That would put it around the same time as the most recent run of infections, wouldn't it, sir? But that information isn't... Tanaka trailed off. Osawa nodded. The thing I don't understand is why these pictures were sent to me. Osawa opened the other email from A. The second message I got says that these pictures are my crimes. I'll look into this on my end, sir. Tanaka said. He hesitated uncomfortably. Hello there. Sir, I just had to make sure. Are you asking about what I think you're asking about? Osawa said. Tanaka gave a slight nod. Understood, Osawa said. Don't worry. I won't trouble you. I appreciate that, sir. Visibly relieved, Tanaka left the study. Osawa brought up a folder marked UA virus on his screen. Within the folder were enlarged images of the virus itself. He double-clicked one of the images. It blew up on the monitor to reveal the pathogen in intricate detail. We had some really close-up shots. A specimen of the UA virus was approximately 100 nanometers in diameter. 10,000 of them in line would take up barely a millimeter. But a single tiny virion, upon entering the human body, could become 2,000 in an hour. That speed of multiplication was nothing short of astounding. Even the Ebola virus had a typical incubation of 7 days or so before infectees developed symptoms. Okay, so actual information on Ebola. For influenza, it was 1 or 2. But the onset of the UA virus happened in a mere 12 hours. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight, no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic. Nothing but simple multiplication. To Osawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like that. Answers that no man could truly know. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with UA day after day. Another email arrived in his inbox. The sender, A. The subject line, 1 year ago, South Africa. Again. Osawa read the message. Do not look away. These are your crimes. This time, there were 4 images attached. Osawa proceeded to open each one of them in turn. Dramatic. The first shocked Osawa so much he felt like he'd been punched in the head. One of the UA patients from the earlier images was being injected with something. No, Osawa muttered to himself. It can't be. The second image showed one of the infected, hunched over in pain, vomiting up blood. The symptoms had already manifested, but Osawa thought he could see that some degree of life had come back into the patient's eyes. He rushed to open the third image. It showed a morgue, piled high with corpses. The rictus of anguish on the dead faces made them look no longer human. Various fluids seeped from the eyes and nostrils. The lymph nodes were grotesquely swollen. There were hospital beds stained with massive amounts of blood and gastric fluids. Next came the fourth and final image. Basically looks like an alien at this point. More corpses. They had bags affixed to their chests with various labels: 6 hours past, 12 hours past, and 18 hours past. It looked as if someone had been attempting live trials with an antiviral agent. Osawa didn't consider the antiviral agent ready for release, but that was because his team hadn't conducted clinical trials on humans yet. And there was a good reason why such trials hadn't been conducted. There was no way to test the efficacy of the drug without an infected patient. To run a proper clinical test, someone would first need to be infected with the UA virus. No matter how effective animal testing had been, if the drug proved ineffective on humans, that person would have a guaranteed death sentence. It was unthinkable to run trials that involved such a deadly risk. And yet, as he looked over the images again and again, Osawa became certain. Without his knowledge, someone, presumably someone from Okoshi Pharmaceutical, had conducted human testing with the antiviral agent. The time markers in the corpses in the fourth image were surely there to mark the time elapsed since the onset of symptoms. A thorough trial would test the drug's effectiveness in those time frames. Osawa slammed his fist on the desk, enraged. This was nothing short of vile human experimentation in the guise of clinical testing. The people responsible could not be allowed to get away with this. There was only one person Osawa could trust to keep this under wraps: his boss, Makino. He reached for his phone to call Makino, but he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. He knew he was in no state of mind to have a calm, reasoned conversation right now. He should call the cops? No, the cops can't do anything about this. Turning to the CD player, he put on Aya Kamiki's latest album. So let me guess. It's pretty obvious, and they said it themselves. Someone took the antiviral agent when it wasn't quite ready yet, and did live testing, and probably a little bit overdosed, and people died. Leaning back in his chair, he surrendered himself to her soothing tones. Bit by bit, he could feel himself returning to a calmer emotional state. There had been a time when Osawa hadn't listened to this music at all. In fact, he had no interest in the arts in general: music, painting, cinema. It was only due to a simple coincidence I had found Aya Kamiki. His daughter had asked for a CD as a birthday present, so he swung by the store to pick one up. Since Kamiki's new album had just come out, there was a display for it in front of the shop. Something about the bright, colorful album packaging had drawn me in. After a time, Osawa could feel himself growing calmer. He took a nice, deep breath. He then dialed up Makino. He then closed his eyes and tried to banish his nerves completely. Banish the nerves completely before calling up Makino. First, he took a nice, deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and tried to banish his nerves completely. Inclining his head towards the music, he could feel the melody pervade his body. He could scarcely believe there had been a time when he hadn't cared about music. Surely something that had such a strong effect on the body and mind alike also conveyed a deeper meaning. Osawa let the positive energy flow through him, buoying his spirits. At last, when his mood had sufficiently calmed under the music's influence, Osawa reached for the handset. Good call. The study door opened and a stolid-faced man appeared in the doorway. I beg your pardon, Mr. Osawa. Would you mind coming to the living room for a moment? What's this about? There's too many people on laptops and suits. What's going on? The detectives assembled in the living room all wore grave expressions. Detectives. The room was brimming with tension, and Osawa felt it ramped up even further as he entered. Oh wait, there might be... well, let's see. What is it? He asked. Has something happened? The man who had come to find him turned to speak, hesitating at first. Yes, it turns out that your other daughter Hitomi has been abducted by an unknown party. Oh! Oh, so that... Oh! That's what's happening here. Wait. Are you telling me the guys kidnapped the daughters to get to this guy? And it wasn't about the money? Ah. Abducted? Osawa's mind whirled. What are you talking about? Maria's the one who's been abducted. No, sir, you don't understand. I'm saying that Hitomi has also been abducted, in addition to Maria. Don't be ridiculous. The night before, his daughter Maria gets kidnapped, and this morning his other daughter Hitomi gets carried off when she goes to deliver the ransom? He'd never heard of anything more outrageous in his life. We're sorry, sir. A detective was with her, but... The police went on to explain that Hitomi had somehow managed to end up all the way by herself while she was alone. That had someone managed to end up all the way by herself while she was alone. Okay, I read that right. Several individuals had forced her into a car and then driven off. Osawa could barely comprehend what they were saying. His mind was in a fog. The detective's words seemed to grow quieter and quieter. Osawa's strength drained from his body. His ability to process external stimuli began to drift far, far away. It's not possible. It can't be. Could no one keep them safe? Not me? Not anyone? My girls, they told me. Maria. It's not true. This is all just a bad dream. Some kind of sick joke. It's not true. It's just a bad dream. It's a lie. It's a twisted joke. Someone made this up. Stop it. Say this. I don't want to hear it. Tell me it's a lie. Tell me, please. Tell me now. There's a nightmare. Tell me, please. Stop. It's true. It's not true. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Slowly, the ceiling began to spin. Then Osawa's vision went awash with white. Bad end. The worst case scenario, bad end. Select the hint. Okay, what's the hint? Osawa had a complete mental breakdown. Both his daughters were kidnapped. Surely there has to be someone who keeps Hitomi safe. Key to changing her fate and father's fate in Aichi's decision. Oh, they actually tell you where the hint is. Okay, so we have to go to Aichi anyway. I don't think anything we said back there would have changed anything. Wait, if that's the hint for that one, what's the hint for Tama? Let me go back to Tama really quick. I want to see the bad end for Tama. Our poor feline friend isn't going to get paid now that those debt collectors showed up and dragged the boss away. If a certain someone hadn't told the thugs how to get to Nokane building, they probably wouldn't have caught Naganeshita. The right decision happens at 1:15, but who has to make it? Okay. So we have to prevent the thugs from coming over to prevent the bad end. Got you. Alright, so we have Aichi, we have Kano. Let's check out Minorikawa before we get back to the other guys. Who is Minorikawa? And what's he up to? We already know what the other two are up to. What's this guy up to? The Super Cub 90 raced down Route 246 towards Shibuya. We have to help her con hard as possible getting his money taken out. Yeah. A Super Cub. I don't think I've ever actually seen a Super Cub. The speedometer remained at a steady 60 kilometers per hour. Pumping the gas harder was no use. This was as fast as the bike would go. Minoru Minorikawa shouted as he sped along. Damn it! I am not letting you die! With that face, he jerked the handlebars and flew past a truck on the side. The driver scowled at him as he shot by. You maniac! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Just the opposite! Minorikawa shouted back. I'm saving lives! The stoplight ahead turned red, cutting him off at the intersection. Oh, come on! He had no choice but to slam on the brakes. But his agitation boiled over as he waited for the signal to change again. How long is this thing gonna stay red? Hurry up already! He brought the bike right up to the very edge of the line, keeping the engine revved like a dragster ready to peel out. Not on times, not in my dictionary. The light turned red. Then Minorikawa's own light turned green at last. He hit the accelerator as hard as he could. Wow, he looks ridiculous like that. His engines died with a sputter. Huh? Oh, come on, what the hell? I'm sorry, the bike died. Car horns blared angrily behind him. In a fury, he pulled his bike over to the side of the road. Wow, don't you hate it when your engine stalls? No matter what he did, the engine refused to turn over. Was the problem with the spark plug? Or maybe the battery? Whatever it was, he didn't have the time to figure out now. With tears in his eyes, he left the bike, his companion of 10 years, abandoned on the roadside. Goodbye, bike. Maybe see you some other time. He was about to break into a run when he saw a taxi dead ahead letting out a passenger. He hurried to hop into the cab. Is he truly or serious? I think he's serious. I don't know what lives he's trying to save, though. Just head to the Shibuya station. I'll let you know exactly where once you get closer. King Cook Company. That is interesting logo for a cab. The taxi driver nodded coolly. Of course, sir. 10 minutes! Huh? I need you to get me there in 10 minutes! The driver grimaced. I'm afraid getting there in 10 minutes is a bit... 15 then. Sir, that's still... Look, that's all the time I can afford. Assuming traffic conditions cooperate, sir, then maybe... I can't make any promises. Minorikawa looked at the driver's ID photo above the fare meter. His name was Hachiro Kimizuka. He was a middle-aged fellow, looked a little rough around the edges. Mr. Kimizuka-san, I chose you for this. You can do it. Chose me. Sir, I'm pretty certain we met by chance. Okay, sure, I suppose you could phrase it that way? Anyhow, can we get going? Right, Kimizuka said with a faint sigh. I'll see what I can do. The taxi pulled away at a decent clip. Alright, crazy taxi time? Crazy taxi time. Maybe not in Japan, though. Minorikawa's frantic journey had started 20 minutes earlier. He'd been at home, working on an interview piece. Oh, is he a reporter? Is that what's going on here? Wow, that thing is old. He clucked his tongue in annoyance as the ringing phone broke his train of thought. Why did someone always call right when the words were flowing? If he didn't keep getting interrupted, he probably could wrap this piece up in no time. Be quiet! He pointed at the telephone as he yelled, as if that's going to do anything. I'm riding here! But his shouting did nothing to silence the ringing. He didn't have much choice but to pick up. Minorikawa speaking. There was no response. Hello? He hesitated, ready to hang up. Was this a prank call? It's me. It's Toyama. It was Teruo Toyama, the president of Heaven Publishing. Publishing company puts out both hard-hitting non-fiction books and tabloid-style scandal rags. Wow, tabloids. The invincible journalist, penned by company president Toyama himself, was a candidate for the Japan Nonfiction Prize. Oh, what do you want? If this is about work, I'm already booked pretty full. He'd taken work from Heaven Publishing on several occasions, but the pay was hardly competitive. He also has a lot of books in the back. Wow, this guy's a lot of material. Lately, he'd been turning them down a lot, so he hadn't heard from Toyama in a while. No, this isn't work-related. Then what do you want? I'm kind of pressed for time here, working on some copy. Minorikawa was in no mood to beat around the bush. It seemed like every conversation he had with Toyama went like this. Ah, you're busy. That's good. Busy's good when you're a freelancer. Toyama sounded unusually sympathetic. Minorikawa found it off-putting. I hear sales have been good on your end, he said cautiously. With this month's 4-Star General Gossip and all. 4-Star General Gossip was a monthly magazine, Heaven Publishing's flagship publication. A magazine focused on the private lives of celebrities and politicians. Most of the articles found in its pages are random nonsense, but 1 out of every 100 or so contains an actual major scoop, making it a difficult outlet to ignore. Don't you just hate it when a tabloid is actually real? Wow. He had a small circulation and for the most part flew under the radar, but once in a while they'd land some crazy big scoop and sell like crazy. This month's edition had come with a free scratch card, a gimmick that moved 100,000 copies with ease. Scratch cards, wow. 5 winning symbols in a row wins 100,000 yen, was it? That's about $1,000? Minorikawa asked. A weak, moist sound came through the receiver. Weak and moist. Baffled, Minorikawa listened more closely. It came again. Then again. It kind of sounded like sobbing. Mr. Toyama, are you crying? There was another soft sob, and then yet another. What's going on? Where are you? Minorikawa asked. At the office, Toyama managed. He let another mewling whimper. What's the matter? It's nothing. There's gotta be something. Come on, what is it? Toyama gave no reply. Mr. Toyama, you still there? Silence. What is it? What happened? Look, doesn't tell me anything. What the hell's going on? Toyama squeaked out a drawn-out whine. Okay, I'm sick of this. I'm hanging up now. Minorikawa was about to break the connection when he heard Toyama murmur. The only thing I can do now is die. Huh? The taxi lurched to a sudden stop as the driver slammed on the brakes. Minorikawa pitched forward, his face smacking against the back of the seat in front of him. Very appropriate for a phone call. Kimikazuka stuck his head out of the window. Careful, buddy, he shouted at someone at the street. You're gonna get yourself killed. Oh wait, isn't this Kano? Oh, this is Kano. Minorikawa blinked the stars from his eyes and saw a man moving alongside the cab. The guy grabbed onto the handle of the back door. Please, I need you to let me have this cab. No way, Minorikawa snapped. Just who did this guy think he was? Please, I'm begging you here. Look, I'm in a hurry, pal. Get your own cab. I know how ridiculous this must sound, but please. This is really, really urgent. Urgent. Yes, it's a matter of life or death. Please. This guy did look pretty desperate. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm dealing with something urgent here too. Then let me ride with you. I'll pay for the whole fare. My entire future's on the line here. This guy sure was persistent. Maybe he was telling the truth. But Minorikawa had problems of his own. Sorry, buddy. It's life or death on my end too. I gotta look out after me and mine. Right. So sorry to trouble you. Finally, the guy gave up and shuffled away. Guess it couldn't have been that much of a life-ending crisis after all. Minorikawa checked his wristwatch. Dramatic wish watch. Damn it. That just cost us 5 minutes. At least let him ride with them. I don't know. Where were they being able to get off? I'll try to make it up, sir. The driver called back. The taxi lurched into motion, the engine quickly revving up to speed. Oh wow, he went fast! Once inside the building, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors. In all likelihood, Toyama would be at the editing department of 4-Star General Gossip on the 4th floor. When he got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama! Hey, Mr. Toyama! He shouted and begged, but there was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minorikawa took a deep breath and kicked the door in. Whoa! The sight as he stepped into the office filled him with horror. Let me guess. There's a rope involved and a chair. Yep. Minorikawa clutched the sides of his head. I'm too late. Okay, we need to do something with Kano here. Oh no! If only gotten there a little sooner. Okay, I think we saw that one coming, and I think we know why this happened, but let's just look at the hint really quick. Minorikawa rushed to Heaven Publishing as fast as he could, but didn't get there in time to save Toyama, and sad to say, it was really all Kano's fault. It was Kano's fault. Why does Kano want to taxi so badly? Check his 1110 timestamp. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we still have to do Kano, we still have to do Aichi. Let's go to Kano first. I don't know what Aichi could do. Last we saw Aichi, not Aichi, Achi. Last we saw Achi, we saw him at gunpoint. I don't know what he could do there. I feel like Kano has to start this off first before Achi can do something. So, Kano, let's start with you. Last time we saw him, he was chasing someone, lost them, and now he's at a loss of what to do. As he wandered through the back alleys, Kano gritted his teeth. Going after the guy on the bike had been a bad judgment call. By the time he got back up onto the pedestrian overpass, the man who'd thrown the attaché case was almost out of sight. Kano prided himself on being fleet of foot, but he knew even he would never catch the guy before he disappeared. He followed the culprit as far as the alleys, but there he lost him completely. All he could do now was hope one of his colleagues caught the man on the motorcycle. Kuze's voice crackled through the earpiece.
Mobile Command Center, calling all units. The suspect on the motorcycle has handed off the case to an accomplice in Miyashita Park. Another foreigner.
For real? Kano muttered. Not another foreigners. Why are all these foreigners committing crimes in Japan? What the heck is going on here? One thing immediately struck him as strange. Why hand the case off to someone else at all? Why not just escape on the bike?
The man with the motorcycle dumped the bike and fled on foot. We've retrieved the bike and run the plate, and we've determined it was a stolen vehicle.
Advanced police communication systems is carefully maintained by using the digital wireless systems in their police patrol cars. Officers are able to directly access the station's computer networks, allowing them to quickly check to see if an individual is on the wanted list or if the vehicle is stolen. Okay, that explains a lot of it. The first thing you do is to go, isn't that the first thing you do when you go to Japan? No. I hope not anyway. I hope not. We still don't have enough details to positively ID the suspect. The suspect now, carrying the attaché case, is heading through Dogenzaka, also on foot. We've got him under observation. Dogenzaka, huh? That wasn't too far from where Kano was now. It looks like we're dealing with a foreign crime syndicate that's familiar with Shibuya. All units, head to Dogenzaka. But do not, I repeat, do not attempt to apprehend the suspect with the case. Let's see where he goes. You know, if they're smart, that case does have GPS on them. That's probably why they said to back off. Kano nodded to himself. Without knowing more of the crook's MO, letting this guy go for now was probably the only right call. I just want you to all know one last thing. Kuze's tone grew more solemn. Whatever happens, I know I can count on each and every one of you. Don't disappoint me. Over and out. Kano. Kano had the unsettling feeling that the message had been meant for him. Right, it's now or never. The sudden appearance of this syndicate, its bizarre actions, were rapidly moving things beyond the jurisdiction of both the MPD and the local police. Mustering his resolve, Kano headed out for Dogenzaka. Who's calling me now? Kano pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. It was Rumi calling. Your girlfriend? Now? She knew full well he wasn't supposed to take private calls while he was working a case. Maybe it was an emergency. He decided to pick up. Rumi? I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of something right now? Kind of. Is this an emergency? Well, yeah. So I'm in Shibuya right now and... Shibuya? Why does she have to be in Shibuya now of all times? So, my father came down from Nagano all of a sudden... What? Rumi's father, Shizuo, had been staunchly opposed to the two of them getting married. I see, so there's the reason why they couldn't marry in the first place. Kano had visited his home many times, but the man had never even deigned to meet him. Yeah, he told me to tell you he wants to meet with you. What, now? Kano blurted out the words out with more alarm than he intended. I told him you were busy working, but he said he'd wait. This can't be happening. Kano whimpered to himself. I'm sorry, I know he can be demanding. That's not the issue. Her dad offering to wait made it harder for him to refuse. Alright, Kano said. But I'll have to call you back later, okay? I really am sorry. I'll be at a cafe called LULdog. It's by the train station. Rumi hung up. Oh, so this is why he wants to get a cab. Okay, he needs to find another way then. For a long moment, Kano stood in a daze, staring at his phone. Rumi, I love you, but I'm working a literal life and death case right now. It was that easy. You also gotta remember he's also Japanese, so he's not just gonna say that. As frustrating as that is. As if keeping up with the case wasn't stressful enough. Well, this took a turn. At last, he stumbled into motion. But even as he scoured Dogenzaka for any sign of the criminal, his mind remained fixed on the meeting with Rumi's dad. There was no way of knowing when he'd be done with his casework today. But could he really pass up on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get her daughter's approval for her hand in marriage? Why is this one highlighted? Odds are that this will not be the only once-in-a-lifetime experience Detective Kano winds up having that day. The shade. The shade in these tips is the reason why I read this. It's great. It's absolutely great. Maybe he could slip away for just a bit. There were plenty of detectives still tailing the suspect. Taking 15 minutes or so to meet with Shizuo won't be such a big deal, would it? This is my big chance. I should go meet with Rumi and Shizuo while I can. No, not right now. I got a job to focus on. Oh, wait, hold up. Let me guess. The first one is because... Okay. I wonder if it's the first one is the reason why he's looking for a cab. But he wouldn't be in a hurry if he did that, right? Let's try the first one. I mean, he seems to be just walking calmly. I'd I'd have a bit more sympathy if it was working an office job. I don't know. Yeah, probably. You're probably right, actually. Still, I mean, there's like, what, 50 of them, supposedly? He can sneak away. He can sneak away. It's now or never, Kano decided. His future happiness depended on winning over Shizuo. He might not have the opportunity later if the kidnapping case wound up going south. He just had to make sure he didn't linger too long. He was trying to decide the best way to save as much time as... Oh, this was the wrong choice. As much time as possible. When he caught sight of a taxi passing by. Oh, this was actually the wrong choice. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to go back. We have to go back. He stepped out into the street to flag the cab down. And the rest, you know what happens. The station wasn't too far away, but it would be faster to take a car than run there. The taxi screeched to a halt. "Careful, buddy," shouted the cab driver through the open window. "You're gonna get yourself killed." Looking more closely, Kano saw that there was already someone in the back seat. Well, crap. He hadn't considered the cab might already be taken. Still, he didn't have time to wait for another to come along. Kano leaned in close to the back of the door of the taxi. "Please, I need you to let me have this cab. Beggars couldn't be choosers after all." "No way," snapped the passenger. He didn't seem to be the genial type. "Please, I'm begging you here. Look, I'm in a hurry, pal. Get your own cab. I know how ridiculous this sounds, but please. This is really, really urgent." "Urgent?" "Yes, it's a matter of life or death. Please." "Look, I'm sorry, but I'm dealing with something urgent here too. Let me ride with you. I'll pay for the whole fare. My entire future's on the line here." "Sorry, buddy. It's life or death on my end too. I gotta look after me and mine." It was not a matter of life and death. It really wasn't. Kano could see this was going nowhere. "Right. So sorry to trouble you." Kano stepped back in frustration. The taxi sped away. Kano scanned the area looking for other cabs. Instead, he spotted the man with the attaché case. Oh, is there an upside to this? The upside to this? It was a stroke of dumb luck, but Kano wasn't going to lose sight of him now. He decided to follow. Further up along Dogenzaka, in the direction that Perp was heading, was the Yamate Dori joined Route 246. Was where Yamate Dori joined Route 246. Maybe the guy was planning to meet up with a getaway car. A getaway car. No, wait, hold on. If that were the plan, why would the gang have ditched the motorcycle earlier? Kano started tailing the man, racking his brain all the while. The suspect turned down a narrow side road. He wasn't heading down towards Yamate Dori or Route 246 at all, but back towards Shibuya Station. What in the world was going on? It was just starting to feel like the crooks were just messing with the investigation team. Kano radioed Kuze on the wireless. Police wireless system is digital in order to make transmissions more difficult to intercept. There are several different channels available, including basic local channel, common channel, contacting other patrol cars, channels assigned to specific precincts, actions updated, channels for riot squads, and so on. There is also a separate channel specifically for kidnapping cases, not on the standard wavelengths. Sir, I don't think there's any point in seeing where this guy leads us anymore. That's not your call to make.
That's not your call to make. Keep watching him.
Sir, this is a waste of time. That girl might be in danger if... Kano's argument was cut off as he saw the man hand off the attaché case to yet another foreigner. Again? How many times were these criminals going to pull this trick? The detectives broke into two groups to follow both of the men. Kano followed the man with the attaché case, who eventually led him back to the area around Shibuya Station. Rumi and Shizuo would be waiting at a nearby cafe right now. Kano tried to remember the name. That's right, it was called Lautrec. Name of the cafe where college student Ryoko Kakinuma works as a waitress. Who is that? Named after 19th century French painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. Really? They really like the French over there. He created numerous works, including many posters, book illustrations, and book covers, which are highly regarded in the art world. I'd never heard of him. He kept his eye out for the place by that name, and he tailed the target. Doing two jobs at once. Okay. Before long, he did spot the cafe. Its large plate glass window offered a view of the cozy interior. The sign out front read LULdog in katakana. Looked like this was the place. The man with the case was at the intersection waiting for the light to change. Kano took the opportunity to peer inside. He spotted Rumi right away. She was facing away from him. The man seated across from her must be her father. Kano realized he'd never seen a picture of him. Shizuru grew organic produce up in Nagano nowadays, but until 2 years ago, he'd been a detective with an investigation division. Handles crimes like murder, kidnapping, arson. Exceptional police officers. Okay, so this guy's a big shot, basically. And now he grows vegetables. I feel like that's a general trend for most people in Japan. You work a big job, and then you go make a farm elsewhere to live the quiet life. Rumi looked up to her father for his distinguished police career, and always spoke quite highly of him. Kano had figured that if he became a policeman, Rumi might appreciate that. It was this simple impulse that led him to join the force. All for her. Wow. He had also figured that public servants could stay afloat even in times of recession, and that his physical training would serve him well in such line of work. Once he was a policeman, he thought he could approach Shizuru with his head held high and ask for his blessing in marrying his daughter. But after Rumi graduated from university, Shizuru had up and retired from police work. Even Rumi didn't know why he'd made the decision. Simp. He is a simp. And I respect it though, I respect it. I mean, if you really like the girl, you have to, at some point maybe, court the family also. You're not just courting the girl, you're also courting the family. In traditional cases anyway. Kano had traveled from Nagano many times to ask Shizuru for permission to marry her. But the only response he ever got was, "I'm not giving away my daughter to any cop." Kano had never even gotten past the intercom before her father turned him away. Years on the force had nearly made Kano lose sight of what had driven him to become a policeman in the first place. And now the chance to meet Shizuru face to face had finally come. He peered intently into the cafe. Across from Rumi sat an older man with a grim expression. Just who was this hard-faced fellow? It took a lot to rattle Kano, but the guy looks scary. He looks intimidating, I'm not gonna lie. Could this really be his sweet little Rumi's father? The prospect of meeting him later filled Kano with sudden dread. He could be from a Yakuza game. I wouldn't doubt it. The man went into the JR Shibuya station and stood before the ticket machine. It looked like he was planning on boarding a train. A scene from a popular movie about kidnapping sprang into Kano's mind, and it seems like Suika existed in this time period at least, where the crook had made off with the ransom money after it was tossed out the window of a train. What if this guy managed to check outside the dragnet and pull a stunt like that? It looks like the suspect is going to board a train. Kano informed Kuze over the wireless.
Make sure you stay on his tail.
Apparently Kuze still wanted to string the perp along for a bit.
We've got the lizards ready for this pursuit. Ready to pursue.
Japanese police lingo for motorcycle squads deployed to pursue suspects in urban settings. Oh! That's an interesting terminology.
We'll re-establish our dragnet around whatever station he gets off at.
The man purchased a ticket from the machine and passed through the gate. Quite orderly, too. There was no way to tell what station he'd bought a ticket for, but it looked like he was heading clockwise along the Yamanote loop. I mean, if I was him, I wouldn't have bought the ticket, because I would have just gotten a Suica. At least with a Suica, you never know where he goes, because it could be anywhere at that point. Kano used his prepaid card and made his way through a ticket gate as well. Okay, might as well read this. Officers do not actually get free rides on public transportation simply by flashing their badges. Good to know. Good to know. As is frequently depicted in TV shows and films, doing so might risk alerting the suspect. For this reason, prepaid cards are provided ahead of time. Good to know. Did you guys hear that, or is that too low? I mean, it's low on my end too. But did you guys hear that? I'm wondering if I toned the volume down a little bit too low, but it's loud. There's no other way to do the game. Vaguely heard it. I might bump up the volume just a little bit. And maybe right about here. I need to make note of it for next time because there is no actual volume control in the game, which I find weird. Okay, let's continue then. An announcement chime signaled the imminent arrival of a train up on the platform. The man made his way up the stairs, looking calm and composed. He showed no sign of checking for pursuers. Kano hurried after him. The man stopped at the very edge of the platform to await the train. Very orderly. Not ideal. There was no way for Kano to get close without sticking out like a sore thumb. Bound for Shinjuku. Okay. The train glided up to the platform. The man gave a quick look around as he stepped aboard. Kano followed. Trains on the Yamanote line didn't stop for long, and soon they were on their way. Yeah, it stops for like 2 minutes at most, and then bye-bye. That's how trains are in Japan in general. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. Let's see, who's on the train? Can you tell who the detectives are? I cannot. But we do have a guy with very funky hair next to what looks like a foreigner sitting on the side over there. I don't think I've actually seen hair like that in real life. Huh. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on his cell phone. Something you don't actually do in Japan. That is false. Yes, everything's going fine on this end, he said. There's no need to worry. In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attaché case as the man they were tailing. He headed right towards the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. Who is this guy? Well, now that's not suspicious. Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation on the other end of the car. Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofread. 225? Article 225 of the Penal Code of Japan details kidnapping for profit and kidnapping for ransom. Accordingly, 225 is police shorthand for kidnapping. Was that police jargon for That was police jargon for kidnap. Oh, they actually explained it. Was this guy in cahoots with a kidnapper? Okay, I'm not gonna say something right now. My one big complaint with with salarymen, business people in Japan, is that they all practically look the same. They all have the same suits. They have all the same bags. Even though they might work for different companies, they all look the same. I know they have this huge group mentality, but still, it's kind of annoying. Maybe the criminals had planned an attaché case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he'd come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. Yes, right. Hi. Wakata. Hi. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware he was being watched. Kano decided to stare him down. Look away nonchalantly. It's like, you're looking at me, Dad? Stare him down. Actually, I mean, if he's trying to be discreet, he should probably look away. You should probably look away. Assert dominance. I want to. I kind of want to. You know what? Let's assert dominance. Why not? Let's assert dominance. It's not in line with covert police work, but let's do it anyway. Stare him down. Kano decided to stare him down. My apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. Right, stare him down. Tell him you're not supposed to bring out his phone in the train. That is actually rude. Do not do that. I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on the train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he'd come. T-pose option. Sheesh. Guess I overreacted. What's with this, Wow. Let me guess. Is that you, Sasayama? Sasayama, when did you get a chance to switch outfits? And why are you dressed like an otaku? You gotta stop staring at everyone. An oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend in your surroundings more. Sasayama, when'd you get here? Take comfort, she looks like she at least has something on. Yeah, overalls it seems. His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. Where do you keep this stuff? The steely expression in his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Otaku's excellent undercover attire. It would be if he did not look like that. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Santa Claus, Yakuza member, Japanese folk singer, and a Buddhist priest, to name a few. But this was a new extreme, even for him. When he first joined the force, Kano found Sasayama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits. But lately, his quirk had become tedious. Concentrate, keep your eyes peeled. Sasayama gave Kano a pat on the backside and slipped away onto the next car. Okay, that happened. The suspect, meanwhile, was still staring out the window. The announcer's electronic voice filled the train compartment.
Next stop, Harajuku. Next stop, Harajuku.
Huh? Kano almost cried out. The suspect was moving towards the exit door. Apparently, he was only taking the train one station down the line. Harajuku. The train pulled into Harajuku Station, and the man got off. The area east of Japan Rail Harajuku Station, corresponding to Jingumae Ichichome in Shibuya, was a bustling shukuba or post station where travelers could rest while journeying across the country. In modern times, it bustles instead with high schoolers after school displaying flashy youth fashion. Clothing and accessory stores and fast food restaurants line the streets. Many cutting-edge trends in Japan youth culture get their start here. Not really, and also there's way too many tourists these days. In Takeshidori, go elsewhere in Harajuku. Takeshidori is way too crowded. Way too crowded. The detectives following him disembarked accordingly. The suspect walked along the platform and took a seat on an empty bench. Was he checking to see if he had a tail? Sticking around on the platform at a station where you just got off was pretty unusual behavior. Now wanting to arouse the man's suspicion, the investigators from the MPD made their way down the stairs as inconspicuously as they could. Kano, however, had a sudden inspiration and went to speak to one of the station attendants. Sorry to bother you, but I think I left something on the train just now. He tried to keep an eye on the man on the bench as he fed his story to the attendant. The suspect sat silently on the bench, attaché clutched securely in his arms. He didn't really look like he was checking for a tail. Was he waiting here for someone else then?
まもなく1番線に品川東京方面行きが参ります。危ないですから黄色い線の内側までお下がりください。
Before long, a train heading counterclockwise around the loop arrived. The man rose from the bench and stepped up to the boarding area, so he's just going around in circles. Wait, what the heck? If this guy got on the counterclockwise train, wouldn't that just take him right back to Shibuya Station? That's the plan. If he has a tail, he's just gonna make the police, like, take up a lot of time. He's what do you call this? He's distracting the police. The man boarded the train. Kano had no choice but to follow suit. Was this guy playing? What was this guy playing them? Was this guy playing them? Okay. The suspect got off once again. Again, once the station reached Shibuya. All he'd done was go to Harajuku and come right back. Kano reported it in Tokuze. The suspect has returned to Shibuya Station.
Acknowledge. Keep tailing him.
Kano felt himself growing increasingly paranoid. This criminal organization didn't seem too keen on getting away. And here was HQ, giving these guys free rein. I'm assuming the attaché case is just a distraction to capture Hitomi, the other girl, right? There's a possibility that he isn't the lead at all, and he's just wasting his time for the real deal. Yeah, he isn't. He's wasting the police's time because they're actually after Hitomi, right? Remember, Hitomi is related to the researcher guy, so they're really trying to get him. The money case is just a distraction. Something was off. He was sure of that. As he tailed the mark, Kano took out his phone. What were Tateno's instincts about the case right now? Oh no, not the notebook again. If the senior detective had any advice, Kano would love to hear it. He dialed Tateno's number. Oh, not the notebook. Actually dialing him. The line rang a few times, but nobody picked up. Probably he was too busy seeing to Hitomi's safety. Kano felt bewildered. They've been letting the suspect lead them around for over an hour now. That's concerning. During an abduction case, you generally didn't update the victim's family on any developments in case they tried to interfere. Kano could only imagine what the Osawa family was going through right now. I'm guessing there's a bad end. After a short walk from Shibuya Station, the attaché case was handed off yet again. With an Armani watch! Holy crap, what is this high brand stuff? This time the recipient was a tall, dark-skinned man. Again, the Shibuya-based task force split into two groups in order to tail both suspects. Kano stuck with the man who had the case. As the previous man had done, the newest suspect wandered around Dogenzaka for a while. Probably a knockoff? Probably. Repeatedly looping around and around the same locations was a weirdly roundabout way to make a series of handoffs. Excuse me, detective? Oh, it's you. Let me guess. You have something to do with this case. Otherwise, you would not show up a second time. Kano turned around with a start. Oh hey, he said, I know you. It was Leland Palmer, the lecturer who had been an eyewitness to the kidnapping. The man practically radiated concern. How's Maria doing? Is she alright? I am very, worried for her. His Japanese was more halting now. My heart, it is with her family. Kano gave a quick look around. It didn't appear that they were being watched. Maybe Palmer knew more than he told the police earlier. If Kano talked to him now, he might get some additional clues. If the syndicate spots us, my cover's blown. We're hosed. I'm gonna say A. He's kind of sus. He's a little bit sus. Maybe Palmer knew more than he'd told me the police earlier. If Kano talked to him now, he might get some additional clues. Actually, Leland, do you mind if I ask you a few more questions about the party where the kidnapping occurred? Our guy is getting distracted twice. Once by the girlfriend and once by this guy. We need to get him back on track later. Leland squared his shoulders. No, please, ask anything. Do you know what time Maria showed up at the event? Leland hesitated, thinking. Probably around 6 o'clock? She was there when it started. Was there anyone else who stood out? Stood out? How? Like someone you usually wouldn't expect to see there. Leland tilted his head. No, I don't think so. Everyone there was a student from my class, including the exchange students. Not much new here, Kano thought. He decided to ask one last question. Did you happen to hear why he told me he was running late in the first place? Oh, no. Sorry, I'm not very helpful, am I? Leland dipped his head in apology. It's alright, thank you for your cooperation. Please, help Maria. I will. Kano parted ways with Leland and went back to tailing his suspect. How? I'm pretty sure you lost him by now. He pulled his phone from his pocket. It was Rumi again. It was weird that she called twice when she knew he was an important, something. Something important. Had something happened while she was waiting at the cafe with Shizuo? Kano picked up hurriedly. What's the matter? What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Rather than Rumi's soft soprano, it was a threatening, masculine voice that came over the phone. Oh, never mind. It's probably the dad. Uh-oh. Kano felt his whole body stiffen with dread. Is this my father-in-law speaking? He's not your father-in-law yet. Get that out of your head for now. Don't remember being anyone's father-in-law. The speaker's tone was firm and flat. Flatter, okay. No, I know, it's just, Kano found himself at a loss for words. So you're dating my daughter, huh? Sir, yes sir. Hey. Kano barely squeaked out his reply. Thinking about getting married. Hey. And speaking of which, I'd love the chance to sit down and have a nice long... Then how long are you gonna keep me waiting? Hurry up and get your ass over here. Oh, how very much Kano wished he could do exactly that. Sir, that I would, but forget it. The words came in an angry huff. You can't have her. Goodbye. What? Sir, please wait! As Kano cried in desperation, he heard Rumi's voice on the other end of the line. Dad, you can't just use my phone like that. You were taking too long in the bathroom. Give it back. Rumi? Kano tried and failed to keep the heartbreak out of his voice. Sweetie, what's wrong? Your father just said he doesn't want us to getting married. What? Dad! What did you say to my boyfriend? Listen to you. Calling that boy little pet names and whatnot. I think you're a little too attached. Daddy, you haven't even met him. That's why I told you to have him come see me. How long is he gonna make me wait? Kano listened as the two argued on the other end of the phone. The phone must be lying somewhere between them. Could this get any more awkward? Rumi, I'm sorry, Kano shouted apologetically into the mouthpiece. It is all my fault. Please, you don't have to fight like this. The phone clattered as Rumi scrambled to bring it to her cheek. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Sorry for what? It was Shizuo again, grumbling in the background. Oh. You have nothing to apologize for. I'll deal with my father, Rumi said hastily. You just focus on work, sweetie. I know you're in the middle of something really important. Thanks, Rumi. Kano was legitimately touched. Look at his smile. I'll do my best. Ganbarimasu. Dad, you shouldn't you know what police work is like? Come on. Kano hung up and went back to the task at hand, more determined than ever. Wow, we haven't hit a bad end yet. I'm kind of surprised. For Rumi's sake, not to mention the victims, he needed to focus on cracking this case. The man he was tailing was walking several meters ahead. I'm surprised you haven't lost him. There was no telling when Kuze might give the arrest order. Kano braced himself to spring into action the very instant the order came down.
Mobile command to all units.
Once more, the director's voice came in over the wireless. Was it time to make the arrest at last?
We've identified the man who first picked up the attaché case by the statue of Hachiko.
No arrest yet then, but still a crucial development. This guy! This guy. His name is Tarek.
His name is Tarek Al-Karawan. Tarek Al-Karawan. He's got priors for larceny, illegal possession of narcotics, you name it. He belongs to a foreign criminal syndicate that's operating in Shibuya.
Kano felt his apprehension rising. I wonder if all that nonsense made him actually less conspicuous. I wonder. It's a great image, by the way. If this syndicate was behind the kidnapping, they were anything but amateurs. And though they might be leading the police on a wild goose chase, they certainly weren't playing around. Wait, what do you mean to be continued? Wait, what do you mean to be continued? I know I need to do something here. Okay, we need to go back. No, wait. What time is it? It is 3 hours 48. Okay, here's a deal. Here's a deal. We're not gonna try to fix any timelines right now. We'll just make a note that we need to go back to Kano's timeline and make sure he doesn't get that cab. Let's go ahead and see what Achi is up to. And then once we find out what Achi is up to, we'll probably end the stream right after that and try to fix this order of events next time. Okay, Achi, last time we saw you, there was a gun right in front of your face, so how are you gonna get out of this situation? Also, remember, he probably is the one that told the loan sharks where the building was, so let's make sure he doesn't do that. The man with the cane aimed his gun at Hitomi, his face devoid of emotion. Please, the girl said, trembling. Why are you doing this? But the man did not reply. There he is, the hero. Quickly, Achi stepped in between Hitomi and the gun, spreading his arms wide. Stop, he said in English, one of the few English words he knew. I would think he knew more than that. He quickly reverted back to Japanese. Who the hell are you? How do we say this in Japanese? Darada omae wa? Still, the man did not respond. You know this guy Hitomi? No. Achi was sure he'd never seen the man either. What are you after? Money? Okane? Because if you are, boy, are you wasting your time chasing us. The man furrowed his brow, adjusting his point of aim to Aichi's face. His bloodthirsty gaze left Aichi no doubt that he was willing to pull the trigger. Why hasn't he then? Reflexively, Aichi took a step back, his foot clattering against a discarded beer bottle. We're gonna get gunned down for sure. Unless we can find some way to catch this guy off guard. He didn't need to be much. It did not need to be much. If Achi could just distract the gunman for a moment, buy himself the briefest window. Shoot me then. I don't think you want to say that. Go on, do it. He stepped forward as he shouted, hoping the provocation would confuse the guy for just long enough. Oh! A different distraction. Even as Achi moved, the gunman's attention was distracted for an instant by a sudden sound. The phone in his breast pocket was ringing. Seeing this chance, Aichi lunged forward in an attempt to arrest the gun away, snatch up the beer bottle and swing at the assassin, grab Hitomi and ran. Okay, so here's the situation. The guy has a gun. I don't think grabbing Hitomi and running is a good idea. We need to get the gun away. But if I know any better, this guy has an iron grip on his gun. So probably not the best option. So would getting the beer bottle and swinging it at him would be better? A and B could end in instant death. But we're gonna go for the cool route. We're gonna grab the beer bottle and swing it at him. Seeing his chance, Achi snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin. The man narrowly avoided being struck, but he staggered wildly off balance. Hitomi! Achi grabbed her by the hand and dashed out of the club. The two sprinted away through the side streets and alleys of Shibuya. Achi began to feel began to feel as if they were running some maddening maze. Before long, the two had made it almost as far as Aoyama. Wait up. Huh? Achi, wait up! Oh, that was her. Achi glanced back at Hitomi. My bad. I guess I've been running pretty hard. You tired? Hitomi shook her head. No, it's just I have to get to Dogenzaka. Dogenzaka? What for? What could she possibly need to do there? Now? That's what I was told when I handed over that attaché case. The man leaned in to whisper to Hitomi as he reached out for the case. You're going to do exactly as I tell you. 2 things. He wore a cool, feigned smile, as if this were some casual conversation. First, you're going to Dogenzaka and get in the blue van there. Hitomi nodded wordlessly. Second, you will not attempt to contact either the police or your family in the meantime. Oh, that's why. His chilling tone brooked no argument. Just those 2 things, and we'll let your sister go. Hitomi nodded again. The man flashed her a big, bright grin. The killer smile. Okay then. Give me the money. A blue van in Dogenzaka, huh? Achi muttered. So that's why you said the police were a no-go. Yes, exactly. Hitomi's voice betrayed her desperation. I wonder if your sister's in that van then. If she is, then we gotta hurry. The issue lay in how to get to Dogenzaka. They could probably avoid the pursuer if they kept to the streets only the locals usually knew about. That meant staying off the more well-trafficked routes like Roppongidori or the stretch between Miyamasukazaka and the station. The side roads south of the station were their best bet. It was going to be a long detour. Alright, come on. Turning, Achi headed back the way they'd come. After a moment's confusion, Hitomi followed. So we're actually going to go to the blue van? Achi? There was a note of worry in her voice. Hey, don't sweat it. I actually live in Dogenzaka. We're heading right back to my old neighborhood. Hitomi bowed her head. Thank you so much. Hey, it's no problem. I had to head home anyways. Achi gave her a grin, and she cracked a tiny smile of her own. Alright. Hey, you two, you got a minute? Oh, these guys! I know you two! Achi looked around, and a pair of men approached from across the street. The loan sharks. There was something shady looking about them. Achi's protective instincts kicked in, and he stepped in front of Hitomi. If these guys meant trouble, he wanted to be ready. We just want to ask you something. The younger of the 2 men drew in closer, a sharp gleam in his eye. Achi braced himself. Ask us what? You know where Nokani Building is? The man held up a flyer. It was for some sort of health food sales demo. Come on, man, the Nokani Building. You know where it is or not? Achi knew the name. Wasn't that one of the buildings on Center Guy? That was near Dogenzaka, the same direction he was going. No harm in helping out lost dudes. Achi pointed them in the right direction. I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me. Achi pointed them in the opposite direction of Center Guy. Opposite direction. Why would he? I mean, look at them. They're not going to let them go. So he has to answer them at some point. I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me. Achi pointed them in the opposite direction from Center Guy. Pretty sure it's that way, he said. Thanks, man. Sorry to bug ya. The 2 men headed off towards the main road. I mean, look at them. They're just 2 cool-looking dudes asking for directions to a sales demo. What could possibly go wrong? See? Bye-bye. I hope you find your way eventually. All right, and now Tama can actually get paid today, maybe. Achi and Hitomi hurried onward, following the sparsely trafficked side streets towards Oginzaka. They just want the money back. They're loan sharks, they don't need it. I don't think I even knew this part of Shibuya was here, Hitomi said as she looked around. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I used to mess around in this neighborhood when I was a kid. Yeah, there's actually a lot of neighborhoods in Japan that you don't see because most people don't go there unless you're a local. The area was a mishmash of rundown residences and office buildings. Almost nobody ever comes here unless they live or work in one of these streets. And check it out, over there. A rare first-hand glimpse of the Shibuya River. A minor river that runs from Miyamasu Bridge to the Tengen Bridge, depicted in the 36 views of Mount Fuji by Edo period ukiyo-e artist Hokusai. In Hokusai's time, fireflies were collected from the Shibuya River and presented to the shogun, lending the credence to the idea that the river was indeed clean in the past. Probably not so much anymore. Have you always lived in Shibuya, Achi? Yep, born and raised. Achi went down to pick up a piece of trash from the roadside. That's why I do this. It just pisses me off to see folks make a mess of this place. He picked up another piece of trash. I don't have a job, so I just pick up garbage every day. Man, what am I even doing? Like, cleanup even matters right now. He told me, took a long, hard look at his face. What? He demanded. What is it? You're a strange one, Achi. That's so? She was right, of course. It was sort of strange collecting trash every day instead of getting a job. He had his reasons for it, but they weren't important right now. Right now, the important thing was getting Hitomi to Doginzaka. Come on, he murmured. Oh, something happened. A sudden, angry shout broke the silence as they hurried along. Hey, hold it right there! Achi and Hitomi stopped, but the shout wasn't directed at them. Oh, is someone getting roughed up over here? Further up the road, a group of thuggish-looking men were having some kind of argument. The man who was shouting had grabbed one of the others by the neck. Idiots! You still got the gall to call yourselves SOS? The Studs of Shibuya, a youth gang operating out of Shibuya, founded by Achi Endo. What? He used to be a gang leader? Its current leader is Susumu Nishizawa. He used to be a gang leader? Spoilers! I mean, yeah, Susumu, but the other men standing around looked distinctly uncomfortable. It takes money to run an organization. No, I know, and since it's not like you're Achi or anything, I thought you could maybe spare some help on that front, boss. The top dog, the man in charge, the head honcho. Here, it refers to the leader of SOS, Susumu. A change in leadership can really shake up an organization. The new boss's personality and disposition are a huge factor in whether the group continues to prosper. The fact that Susumu is being asked to spare some help on the military front suggests that he still has things to learn about being in charge. Wow. Hitomi looked at Achi when the stranger spoke his name. He smiled awkwardly, then turned back to the altercation. Shut your mouth, Susumu barked. How dare you say Achi's name in my presence? Hey, Achi called out. What was that about me? As soon as they saw him with the other men, he went pale. As they saw him, the other men went pale. Achi kept his tone casual as he strolled up the group. Susumu, you can't just give a guy a beat down in broad daylight. To mess someone up super bad, usually with punches and kicks. Don't want to shock the upstanding people of our fair city. Achi. Susumu glared. Can we drop the pleasantries? Aight. Achi replied with a hint of a sneer. You got it, Susumu. And I'd like to point out we're not on a first name basis. With that, Susumu turned and stalked away. I thought we were going to stop this another way. His buddies followed suit, leaving Achi and Hitomi alone again. Did you know that guy? Hitomi asked. His name's Susumu Nishizawa. And yeah, I know him. Or I thought I did. Used to be friends. way back. Me and those guys were all part of the same crew, but I bailed a little while ago. Achi fell silent. To his great relief, he told me didn't pry further. Okay, that explains some things about the job front, maybe. Now, I'm kind of wondering what he did before, but that doesn't matter right now. What's going on here? Achi and Hitomi had gone a short distance further when he caught sight of a man picking up something along the train tracks. Alongside the train tracks. I wonder. Achi went over to him. Hey man, you picking up trash by any chance? Huh? The man let out a panicked shout. The man. Taisei Yasuda, 35 years old. Just opened up a knick-knack shop in Shibuya. Achi knows Shibuya like his own backyard, but this Yasuda guy is new enough that Achi doesn't recognize him. The man. Sorry, it just kind of looked like that's what you were doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up trash, of course. The guy seemed pretty unnerved. Like, I just got to thinking, man, this place is filthy. Right on! Achi clasped the man's hand in his own. Someone else who gets it! They do? Totally. I see all the trash all over the place and I can't stand it. Oh, yeah, sure. He is very enthused. The man breathed a sigh of relief. I can't stand it when someone throws something away when it can still be useful. I hear that. That's the spirit. Achi pulled out the trash he had stuffed in his pocket. Here you go. Huh? Go ahead, have all of it. The man looked dumbfounded. Usually I go around picking up the trash around here. I've got a little thing I gotta do today. You got it from here. I'm counting on you. What? Actually, I'm kind of... Great, thanks. Achi beamed in approval, then rejoined Hitomi and headed down on the street. I wonder what he's actually up to. I guess we gotta find out later. The man let out a sigh. Fine. Wow, really? You're just gonna give in like that? Okay. Hey, on the bright side, at least he has a bag now. Slipping through a narrow back alley, they came out near the top of Dogenzaka. Achi looked down the street, but didn't see a blue van anywhere. He and Hitomi started making their way down toward Shibuya Station. Hitomi muttered to herself, I don't see it parked anywhere here. See it parked around here. Her face twisted up with worry. It was a lot harder to find street parking closer to the station. Yeah, cars can't really park very easily in Tokyo to begin with. Hitomi, hold up. Achi had a sudden idea. He darted into a nearby soba restaurant, motioning for Hitomi to follow. Soba? Okay. Hey, yeah, he called to the proprietress, a sharp-eyed, middle-aged woman. You're looking as lovely as ever today, I see. Oh, Achi! Are you done collecting trash for the day? Oh, this looks like a nice homey shop. I would totally go here if I could find it. A lot of mom and pop shops are a little hard to find unless you go down alleyways in Tokyo, which, you know, isn't really bad if you're up for urban exploration. Just make sure you know your way back. The lady took a look at Hitomi, her eyes lighting up. No, lady, that's not what it is. The lady, Maki Yonada. When she was 19, she happened to stop by this place and was captivated by the chilled curry soba. Chilled curry? By day's end, she had decided to make the restaurant her new home. Married the owner at age 22, and they managed the establishment together. Last year, her husband of 30 years passed away. Oh, so sad. Now she safeguards the generations-old secret of chilled curry soba on her own. Is this your girlfriend? Oh no, it's nothing like that. The proprietress was undeterred. Aw, she looks just like a model. He's the spitting image of me at that age. My. Achi's got himself a girlfriend. Says not like that. The woman waved Hitomi over. Now, you know Achi's got a bit of a mouth on him. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a sweet boy. Okay. Hitomi forced a polite smile to her face. He'll try to deny it, but don't you listen. Has he told you about Suzune? Who's Suzune? Who's Suzune? Woman, you don't tell another girl's name to another girl. I thought you would know this. Hmm? Man, please. Jump in front of the conversation. You gotta hear me out. Whatever's the matter? I'm just trying to talk to you, talk up your good points. Have you seen a van parked around here? A van? Let me think. Ah, yes, come to think of it, I think there was. A blue one, she added confidently. He told me to lean forward. Where's it now? She asked. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't keep a close eye on things outside after all. He told me slumped. I see. I know it doesn't look it, but I've been quite busy today. The man who makes my noodles came by earlier to settle accounts and we fought and fought over it. No head for finances, that one. That's his problem, honestly. And on top of that, of course, my part-timer Masa has to have the day off today. Honestly! Where's good help when you need it? First-year student at Midoriyama Academy, a sweet young man who works as a part-time delivery driver for Dogen Hut, and sends all his leftover money to his mother out in the country. Lately, however, he's gotten himself a girlfriend, and he's been sending money back home less frequently. His noodle house job doesn't pay enough to both support his mom and cover his dating expenses, so he's scheming for a way to make it rich quick. Huh. Does that happen to involve kidnapping? Achi frowned. Had she really seen a blue van, or was she just being chatty? Older women who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. I think they do, especially the tobacco shops. But women of her age weren't always the most reliable. No, let's go with A. Let's go with A. I trust her. I trust her. Older women who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. Achi decided to follow up on some more. Was there anything unusual about this van? Well, let me think. The woman frowned, pausing a moment in thought. A flash of recollection shone in her eye. That's right, now remember. I think there was some foreigner sitting inside. Oh, nice detail found. Achi and Tomi exchanged glances. Yes, I'm sure of it. The man who makes my noodles said he saw it too. Was there anything else? Was there anything else? Hitomi asked. No, not that I can remember. That was a good tip, ma'am. Thank you. What's the name of this place? Soba Dogen? Soba Dogen, I can't read the kanji. Soba Dogen. Hitomi hung her head in frustration as they left the soba shop. Ashi did his best to cheer her up. Hey, we might still find that car. Let's try waiting around here for a while. Just waiting? What good will that do? It's possible they went looking for you when you didn't show, Achi said. Maybe they'll come back, you know? He sat down on the edge of the planter outside the restaurant. But the criminals already have the money, she said anxiously. Even Achi understood the implications. Now that the crooks had the ransom, the hostage was another thing by a liability. Why take the risk of letting her go when they already had what they wanted? The situation was bad. Very bad. And there's a giant fugu behind it that's kind of distracting me. Still, just running around Shibuya willy-nilly was only going to tire and frustrate them. Achi wanted to make sure Hitomi had the chance for a little break. We don't have anywhere else to look, so let's just give it 10 minutes, okay? He said. Hitomi seemed unconvinced. She looked like she might just march off down Dogenzaga at any moment. I understand how you must feel, but you know what they say. Slow and steady, stay in place. I don't think I've heard that one. Hitomi burst out laughing. What's so funny? She's cute. It's slow and steady wins the race. For real? Hitomi smiled and sat down beside him. Alright, she said, we can wait here for 10 minutes. Cool. We've run enough races today already, right? Hitomi kept her eyes on the cars passing through Dogenzaga for a while. Then she murmured softly to Achi. Thank you so much for everything, really. You can thank me after we find this fan. I'm sure it'd been myself. If I'd been by myself, I'd have been in too much of a panic to do anything. What can I say? I try to keep my head up and face things as they come. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? Archie grinned. He tried to recall what optimist meant. He was pretty sure it had something to do with doctors. Or maybe glasses. Okay. Okay, I can kind of see why he's a little bit dumb. I didn't think it was this dumb, but okay. But he's kind of on the right track. He's kind of on the right track. The shy, sweet look on Hitomi's face as she said it, though, made him figure it probably wasn't a bad thing. Whatever it was. Cars drifted on one after the other, but they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Aji began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. And then, blue van? Is it blue van time? He told me, look. There it was. Keep out! Here's our first keep out for today. We have one to be continued, and we have a keep out. Alrighty then. I think that does a pretty good intro for the game. We have a lot of bad ends. We have one dead end we need to resolve. But I think for Achi is more or less done as far as I could tell. For now, until we find a way to get a jump on his storyline. But yeah, I think this is pretty interesting. I like it. I like it a lot. It's probably not the kind of game you would maybe expect to see every so often, but we're gonna continue this next time, next Monday, same time, for about the same length. I don't think we need to go too hard on this, but about 4 hours to cover some ground would be good. So next time, we're gonna try to resolve a lot of these storylines and move it to the next hour. I hope I can remember what to do next time. It is pretty neat, right? It's like I said, I think this is actually based on an actual Japanese TV drama. You can look up the title of this and you might be able to find some information about it. But we have finished watching a Japanese commercial for 4 hours now. It's a very good commercial. Hopefully, though, Tama will be able to get out of this suit. But if I know my drama tropes well, Tama is not gonna get out of the suit even up to the end of this game. I just don't think it's gonna happen. Saw a Japanese commercial yesterday. What did we do yesterday? Yesterday we did the yesterday we did the read Japanese, the learn Japanese, which is basically not actually teaching you Japanese, but it was anime. Learn how to speak like an anime weeb. Speaking of anime weeb, where the heck did Sasayama go? He was in the taco outfit, showed up for one scene, and then left. Yesterday was 46 minutes ago. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Like I said, we'll continue this next week. This will be our Monday streams until we finish the game. And tomorrow we will be back with Blue Archive. I think there's going to be a new event that's going to drop tonight, I think. Yeah, there's going to be a new event that's going to drop tonight. And we will see you tomorrow for the New Year's event. Another New Year's event. Our second New Year's event. In 2 weeks. What the heck is going on? Anyway. I'm gonna go get some lunch. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. Bye-bye. Goodbye.